We put together all of the videos that you guys commented on, shared the most, found the most value, and flat out gave us the most positive feedback on here in one video compiled in one place for your viewing enjoyment. So with that in mind, let's get right into it. Enjoy.
In this video, I am going to be breaking down why credit stacking doesn't work and why I see so many people fail from all the clients that we've worked with that have tried this method in their own business, and what you can do in your own business if you are trying to get access to more capital so that you can continue to scale this year. Credit stacking is the process of submitting multiple credit card applications in a specific order with multiple banks in order to access large amounts of unsecured credit. So here's a quick example for you. Let's say that you apply at Bank A for 2 credit cards, you apply for Bank B for 2 credit cards, and then you apply to Bank C for 2 credit cards for a total of 6 credit cards. Now, taking that a step further, let's say that each credit card that you get approved for is $15,000. So that's $30K at Bank A, $30K at Bank B, and $30K at Bank C. We're now upwards of right around $90,000 in unsecured capital. But wait, it gets better. If you've done this process correctly, and if you've staggered all of the hard inquiries, which if you have no idea what a hard inquiry is, that just means that you give a creditor authorization for them to be able to look at your personal credit, which in this case, since you're personally guaranteeing it, that's the method you're going to be doing. When that hard inquiry hits, again, if you've done it right, you're going to have 1 hard inquiry for TransUnion, 1 hard inquiry for Experian, and 1 hard inquiry for Equifax, which means you have a hard inquiry, just 1, per each credit bureau. That's the ideal way that most people envision it in their minds. Sounds simple, but that's not what ends up happening in most instances. The first thing that I see entrepreneurs do all the time is they're applying for the right stuff in the wrong order. Let me give you an example. We had a client who, before coming to us, they were trying to get access to $120,000 worth of working capital. And so they kept trying to apply for business lines of credit at their local credit union. The issue that they had is that it was the right product, it was in the wrong order, meaning they hadn't had enough business just yet or business credit built up just yet in their business to justify getting that business line of credit. So we recommended, hey, get access to at least 3 revolving business credit cards. And then once you've used those for at least 90 to about 120 days, and this is going to vary by business and how much capital you're looking to get, then go back into that credit union and apply for that business line of credit. Lo and behold, after doing that, they were able to get approved for that line, unlocking the 4th line. Again, it was the right thing at the wrong time. Second issue that I see on why credit stacking fails is the business owner has a thin file. And so you can have a business generating $500,000. You've been in business for 4 years. You have an aged corp, you have an aged LLC, which means it's over 2 years old. You can apply for flat out just something as simple as a business credit card, not even a line of credit where they're most likely going to ask you for financials. You apply for something as simple as a business credit card, and all of a sudden you get denied. Now you're probably thinking, wait a minute, my business is set up right. I'm generating a net positive revenue. And so what's happening is the bank is looking at how the business owner has managed their own finances up to this point. And so if you're in that place where you're constantly submitting applications, you may want to take a look at your personal credit score, because your personal credit score is going to be the best gauge, especially when starting out, that a business is going to have of how they're going to mitigate the risk. Meaning, are you someone that's going to possibly default in the future, even if you're trying to secure the set through your own business, which is why you, as the business owner, you want to work on properly structuring out your personal credit profile. Don't take a look at your Credit Karma. Don't take a look at your banking app. Take a look at your FICO 8 score, because that's the exact model that banks are going to look at. So I'll give you a quick rundown. You want to have less than 3 hard inquiries for each of the credit bureaus over the last 60 to 90 days. You want to have at least 5 accounts, again, on the personal side, with at least 4 of those accounts being revolving accounts, actual credit cards from a bank, not store cards. At least 1 of those accounts, I would say, especially if you're really trying to take it to the next level, at least 1 to 2 of those accounts, you want them to be installment loans. So this can be a mortgage, this can be an auto loan. You can even get away with a personal loan as well. And then you want the total utilization that you've had up to this point to be less than 20%. At the same time last year, I would have said 30%, but banks since then have been tightening up. So I'm gonna say less than 20%. The closer you can get it to zero, the better. And then lastly, you don't wanna have any late payments in the last 24 months. Now, if that sounds like it's a lot of work, well, guess what? Running a business is a lot of work. And so this is one of those things that you have to take care of so that you can enjoy the benefits of it later. So eat the frog, bite the bullet, get your credit taken care of, and you're gonna see how many doors are gonna open up for you on the back end as you start submitting these applications. The third mistake that we see is trying to fund a business that's improperly set up. So I'll define for you an improper setup. If you have a business that you have an LLC for and you have no idea what the EIN is, that's an improper setup because you need the EIN in order for you to actually apply for these business trade lines. If you have a business and let's say you are marking it down like it's in the consulting space, but you are in the trucking industry, that's improperly classified. That's also going to get you flagged, especially with how banks are starting to underwrite going into the new year and the new systems that they're using. And so your business and the way that it's set up has to tell a story. This means that you are classified in the right business, you have the right subcategory, and you have the right trade. In English, Irv. This means that if I am in business management, I do consulting, and let's say I do business consulting for small entrepreneurs who are looking to scale their business with funding, which is ultimately what we do. I was able to properly encapsulate that on a business credit application. Now, there's 2 times that you want to do this. You want to be able to do that on a business credit application, and you also want to be able to do that when you are speaking to a business banker. There's nothing that's going to turn off the bank more or make them weary of you when they ask you, okay, so what do you do for a living? Or what's your business involved in? Or how does your business generate revenue? And you're oohing and you're umming and you're kind of like at a loss for words. And so do yourself a favor before you even walk into a bank and before you try to credit stack your way into a multiple 6-figure round and you start inching that up into a 7-figure round, you want to be very careful on what you're putting on applications because banks are taking that information and they can kind of like cross-pollinate. So if you had maybe a business credit application where you put, oh, I'm an LLC, and then all of a sudden on another business credit application, you put, oh no, I'm an S Corp. And then all of a sudden on another business application, you put a different classification code from what you put in the first 2, that's gonna raise a red flag because the 3 systems that you wanna pay attention to is going to be LexisNexis, it's going to be early warning system, and then you have the SBFE, which is a small business financial exchange. All of these systems are going to communicate to each other, even if they're communicating to each other indirectly because all of the information is getting pulled from the same databases. And so the minute that information doesn't start to line up with the story that you told Bank A is different from the story that you told Bank C, which is different from what you told Bank C, that's when you start getting what I call a sea of red across the board, which is automatic denials. You don't want that. You want to avoid that at all costs, which is why I'm giving you this information. Which leads me to my next 2 points that I'm going to bundle up together. You're applying to too many accounts too quickly, and then you're applying for too many credit lines too quickly as well. One of the biggest mistakes I often see is someone opens up, or at least attempts to open up, a business account. Let's say I'll use Bank A, not to name any banks. You go to Bank A and you apply for a, let's say, business checking account. And then all of a sudden, as soon as you leave, you decide to open up for 3 business credit cards with that bank. You haven't properly built up a partnership with that bank. Now, some banks you don't necessarily need, especially if maybe they're smaller banks or maybe they're banks that aren't as strict with you living inside of their geographic location. They may not care as much if you apply for a credit line off the bat, like as soon as you open an account. But some banks do, especially the bigger banks. They want to see some funds deposited into the account. They want to see you using the account for at least 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. They're watching your balances. They're watching your spending habits. They're watching you not just as a consumer, but they're also watching you as a business owner. And so when you're making those deposits, when you're making those transactions, you want to think to yourself, everything that I'm doing, they're obviously looking at. And so how can I position myself in a way that's going to want them to do business with me? Meaning when I go to apply for a credit line, it's going to increase my approval odds. So I typically recommend my clients, You want to have at least 3 to 5K minimum inside of an account, especially if it's one of the bigger banks in your region as soon as you open it up. You never want that account to go under $500. And if the limit is higher, say the limit is $1,000 before they start charging you penalties, you never want the amount inside of that bank account to go below the threshold that's going to cause them to issue you a fine or is going to cause them to issue you some type of fee, is really what I should say. And so you want to pay attention to those numbers. And then you also want to look at the transactions that you're running through that account, ensuring that all of the transactions that you're doing are related to the business that you are involved in. The last thing you want is you have a Netflix charge that all of a sudden hits your business account. That looks awful. If you are in the construction space and you're maybe gathering roofing material, drywall material, paint, have all of that running through that business account, which then takes us into our final point. Be careful that you're not using dated or mismatched information. Here's what that means. Let's say you recently got married and your driver's license says your new name, but your social still has your own name. The bank that you're going to still has your own name. Your personal credit profile still has your own name, because remember, you're personally guaranteeing debt on behalf of the business. That can trigger an automatic denial because there's a mismatch inside of the database. And so before you go out and you start applying, you want to have one name, one address on the personal and on the business side, one name for you, the business owner, one name for everyone inside of your business, because this can also raise a red flag if you have multiple partners inside of an entity. And so making sure that all that information matches up, is up to date, and then going in and opening the account, and then going in and applying for the business credit line, and then going in and applying for the business vehicle loan. Something as small as missing the junior or the senior inside of a name is enough for a bank to turn an application down altogether. And so you want to take a new license or passport with you to the bank and update this across the board, because the last thing you want is, again, to get denied for something as petty as mismatched information or dated info altogether. So there you have it. Those are some of the key things that I noticed from all the clients that we worked with on why they're getting denied whenever they try doing a credit stacking, whether it's just a full-blown business line of credit stack or a full-blown business credit card stack. For the most part, this is what we're seeing. And so I don't want you to be one of those people.
Hope you're enjoying the video. Really quickly, if you are a small business owner who's looking to get access to business capital in a predictable and sustainable way, we'd love to connect with you. Go ahead and book a call down below. We have it pinned as the first comment inside innercircle.com. We'll speak with you about how we can install a simple funding setup into your business that allows you to achieve just that.
All right, what's going on? Welcome to the channel. In this video, I am going to be breaking down how to properly go through a business credit application. So if you are a rookie, a noob, this video is for you. I'm going to walk you from A to Z, how to properly fill out a business credit application, some pitfalls to avoid, and some key steps along the way to help you improve your ability to get these approvals. Let's go. All right, so we are here on the US bank application. Now, quick disclaimer, every single business credit application is going to be slightly different, but as long as you understand kind of like the framework of the questions that they're asking, then you're going to essentially be able to reverse engineer it and get those approvals that you're looking for. So follow along with me. It doesn't have to be US Bank, but again, listen to how I'm breaking this down and the thought process behind how these applications are geared. So the first piece to this application is going to be the business information. So we talk a lot about business structure on the channel. If you haven't checked out those topics, definitely check them out. So for the purpose of this example, we are going to be using a single member LLC. Now on here, you're going to see where it says corporation, partnership, sole proprietorship, single member, LLC, government, trust. Whatever applies to you, that's what you're going to put here. So if you're a sole proprietor, you're going to put sole proprietor. If you are a multi-member LLC, you're going to put LLC. In this case, we're a single member LLC, assuming we're a brand spanking new business. Now, where it says employer identification number, you don't want to put, again, I repeat, you don't want to put your social here. And another mistake that I see is people end up putting their BIN number, which is an Experian identifier number that you get from Experian Business. And they also end up putting their DUNS number, which comes from Dun & Bradstreet. And so you don't want to put that here. You only want to put your employer identification number, which if up to this point, you should already have when you set up your business. This is the number that gets issued directly from the IRS. That's going to go here, which I'm going to be filling out here in just a second. Now, your legal business name, this is exactly how it reads in the IRS and with the Secretary of State in your business. So I'll give you an example. If your business is, let's say, ABC LLC, but over on the Secretary of State, it says ABC Limited Liability Company, you want that back end to say the same thing, Limited Liability Company. Just having that one change can actually get your application flagged and denied altogether. If your name isn't abbreviations, and let's say it's, I'll give you an example. Let's say it's Irv and let's say Friends LLC, then that's what I would say. Don't hyphenate it. Don't make it shorter just because you want it to say exactly how it reads on any business legal docs. Same thing with the DBA. If you're not operating as a DBA, you don't have to worry about this. But if, let's say, it's Irvin Friends LLC, and then right here, I usually operate as, let's say, Irvin, just an example, DBA, just something different, right? Or Irvin, let's say Irvin Pros, and that's our DBA, that's what would go here. But other than that, if this doesn't apply to you, you could just go ahead and leave it blank, which is why it says optional on here. Now, the business name, as it's going to appear on the card, this is going to be preference. Do you want it to be your business name, which that's what I prefer whenever I am applying for a business line of credit, or if I'm getting access to a business credit card, you can use your name, the owner, or you can use one of the owner's names. This right here, if we're using this example right here, which is Irvin Friends LLC, I would just go ahead and put it right here, Irvin Friends LLC. And then I would go down to where it says country, the business is formed. Now, this is important. If you are our neighbors and you're watching this from Canada, this is only going to apply for those of us that are here in the US. So I love you guys, but I get that question a lot. Like, hey, do you guys help out people in Canada? And right now we don't. So everything that we're doing in this video is solely for a business that's formed and operating here in the US. Now, the year that the business started, this is kind of like a trick question for some people, and I want you to be very clear on what this is. The year that the business started in the eyes of the IRS and the eyes of the bank is going to be the year that you opened up that LLC. And so I'll give you an example. If I have been selling shoes, let's say aftermarket, since 2015, but I didn't actually establish and open an LLC until this year, then the year that we're going to put on this application is going to be this year. So I'll give you an example. 2023 at the time of this recording, soon to be 2024. That would be the date that I would put. If it was 2019, then I would put 2019. Again, you could have been doing business this entire time, but they're talking about when you became legit and when your business became legal, which again, in this case, it's going to be when you filed it. Business phone number. If you've been watching our content for some time, then you'll know that getting access to a business phone number is going to be a game changer, especially when you're applying for business credit lines. If right now, though, let's say you don't have a business phone line, let's say that you don't have a personal phone, maybe through T-Mobile, and then you have like a second line, which is just your business line, and it's its own identifier, which in this case, it's its own phone number, then you can just go ahead and use that number. Now, this does, again, full disclosure, this does lower the grade of the application, meaning a bank is going to see your business more as a noob or as a beginner type of business if you don't have that differentiator between a personal line and a business line, but you got to work with what you have. Now, if you do want to put a pause to this and not apply just yet, I would recommend that before you actually submit this application, because it's going to increase your approval odds if you actually do have a business phone line. You can do this with your phone carrier, or you can go ahead and go to maybe websites like Freedom Voice. I don't recommend Google My Number. I don't recommend Google Voice, because those are cheap lines that the banks actually disregard as legitimate numbers. So just a heads up on that. And then lastly, before we head out to the next section, is annual business revenue. Now, key thing here, because a lot of people read through this a little bit too quickly, is notice what it says. It says before deductions, what's your total revenue? Not your net. So if your top line, let's say, is 100K, and after expenses, you're at 60K, they're not asking you after marketing expenses, after paying out contractors. So the number that you would put on there would be 100K. Now, if you're wondering, Can I apply for a business credit line even if I don't have any revenue just yet? The answer is yes. You're going to do what's called an annual revenue projection. And so one of the ways that I like to teach it to my clients is you're going to take a look at your area of where you're actually operating your business. So let's say that I'm running a landscaping business in the middle of Orange County here in Orlando, Florida, right? I like to go on things like Glassdoor. I like to just flat out Google, okay, what's the salary like out here? Or better yet, what is the rating, or rather the average of how much a landscaping company does out here in Orlando? And so there's two methods that you can use. You can either use the state method, or what I like to do is I like to use the local method, which is either specific to a zip code or specific to a city, because the number that you're gonna get in your specific town is going to be totally different and going to be totally skewed from maybe a national average. Now you can use a national average on here. So if the national average is, let's say, $60,000 for a landscaping company in their first year, you can use that. But again, if that number is going to be maybe a little bit higher, in my opinion, that's always helped the application out a little bit more. So if I'm in Cali, I'm going to maybe inch my way a little bit more to the higher side, because obviously it's going to be on the higher side of the spectrum, because obviously cost of living is just different for maybe somebody living in the middle of Minnesota. So again, that's the number that I would put here. For the purpose of this application, we are going to put $250,000. Again, I'm using this as an example. This is in no way, shape, or form what you should be putting on your application. These are your projections. All right, so the next piece here is still on the business info, and this is specific to the physical address. Now, there's two things that you can do here. If you have a virtual office address, you can use that right here. If you have a brick and mortar address, then obviously it'll be your brick and mortar address. If you have a home address, it'll be considered a home-based business. So a lot of people ask, can I use my home address as the physical address for my business? If you're running it out of your house, you can 100% do that. Now keep in mind, the information that you're putting on here is, again, the exact information that you already have on file with the Secretary of State. It's already what you already have on file, maybe on your company website. So you don't want to have something totally skewed. If, let's say, you operate your business from your house, but then all of a sudden you have a virtual office address. You're going to want to use what they have on file for you at the state level, which is what you're going to be putting here. Now, if, like, the second part of this is if you have any additional addresses, you can do that here. So if maybe you have like a third-party address that you prefer to receive mail to, you would drop that here. So I'll give you the example. I have a physical address that's, let's say, in Orlando, but I prefer to receive my mail in maybe a separate property in Tampa. Just as a random example, you can do that here. But if you just wanted to keep everything cleaner, you would just go ahead and do the physical address is also where you receive the mailing address. The one place where this would make sense to do it this way is if you have a business that you live in one state or maybe 2-3 hours away from where that office is, and you conduct business in that area, but you live, again, in a different location. So if I'm in Orlando, but my business is in Georgia, then at that point, I would put the business address, physical address is Georgia, and then mailing address would be here in Orlando. So I'm gonna fill this part out right here, and then I'll see you in the next section. Okay, this is the part right here that gets a lot of people tripped up. And so I really want to make sure that I take my time with this. What industry most closely fits your business? Depending on the application that you do, if you go to, let's say, Chase has like a 3-bracket system, which I actually made a separate video running through an application. I just wanted to make an updated version, which is what you're looking at right now. But they have a kind of like a 3-bracket system, which is the industry, the category, and then like the subcategory, right? With US Bank and with other applications, they're going to sometimes just ask you, hey, do you know the NAICS code off the top of your head? Or you can just type it in, which in this case is what we're going to be doing. So let's say that I do consulting. I can just go ahead and type this in. You can start typing it in and it'll generate it for you. Now you want to remember, pick the one that best fits your business. And so if I am doing, let's say, general consulting and business management, I would go this route. If I am maybe an agency and I do marketing for a client, I would take this route. Let's say that you do construction. Again, what I'll do is I'll do view more results so that way we can kind of open this up. view more results, and you can start seeing all the subcategories inside of what they classify as construction. Because again, you have construction, but what type of construction is it? Is it construction machinery manufacturing? Is it highway and street and bridge construction? Is it industrial building construction? And so get specific with it. Again, for the purpose of this example, let's say that we do right here. New single family housing construction except for sale builders. I want you to think of this kind of like your mom and pop style builders, or if you're a general contractor, this is typically what we'll see. The other route that you can take is other construction material merchant wholesalers. I mean, that's a little bit more on the wholesaling side, but that's another route that we've seen more so on the construction. But again, for the purpose of the example, and I can't stress this enough, you want to pick the one that's going to best suit you. Don't just pick something because I'm picking it. I'm walking you through this application, because last time I did this video, people were saying, well, I did exactly what you put on there. I'm like, yeah, dude, but it's supposed to be your business, not mine. So now let's get into the next section. And this is going to be the owner or the owners that are applying on behalf of the business. Now, pro tip here is if you are over a 25% owner for most banks, you're going to be able to apply for business credit lines on behalf of the business. Now, every bank has their own rules. Some go as low as 20, some want you to be closer to 35, 40%. Good rule of thumb is 25%. You can always double check with the bank. But if it's you and maybe a partner, see, okay, are they 50-50? Cool, either one of us can apply for this thing. I always say go with the person that has the better credit, because that's known as a credit partner method. And that's going to help get you far more approvals than maybe using the partner that has the 600 credit score. And so if I have a partner with the 780, put them on the application. You may want to kind of sit this one on the sidelines. So just a FY. This will be your contact information on here. First name, middle name, if you have one, last name. This is important. Like the suffixes are super important. I've seen clients get denied because they've left the junior out. I've seen clients get denied because they leave the senior out. I've also seen clients get denied. This is sometimes a little bit more for the newlyweds, is if you just started a business and you happen to have gotten married, or you didn't change your last name and you took someone else's last name, then what ends up happening is that the system in that state still has, like the driver's license, the DMV still has your OG name. The Social Security office still has your OG name. Change it everywhere and then use what's on your license or use what's on your passport once you've actually updated it on the application, because if not, it'll just get kicked back. This will be your personal email address, and this will be your own personal cell phone. I'm gonna fill this out and then I will see you in the next screen. All right, moving on to the next part of the application. If you're keeping tallies and keeping score on this thing, we first moved into the business information, like the business address, the business name, business phone number. We're now moving through the owner's information. And so we're continuing on with the personal owner's information. This is going to be your date of birth, your SSN, which is your social security number, or your ITIN. That's going to go here. And then the address. Now you can click here. My home address is the same as the physical business address. You can totally do that. Just keep in mind that depending on the address that you put here, if you get approved for the business credit card, or if they have to reach you, that's where they're going to be sending the mail to. So even if you, let's say, click go digital, you still got to receive that card somewhere. And so what I like to do is I like to have my home address for them to have on file, even if it's maybe in a separate state. So just a heads up, doesn't affect the application as long as everything is structured correctly. You can still apply. If you live in another state, but your business is maybe structured outside of where you currently live, you can set it up that way. So this is, again, it's going to be your date of birth, your social, your home address, and then your personal income. This is important. This is going to be alimony, child support, or separate maintenance income needed, not be revealed if you do not wish to have it considered as a basis for repaying this obligation. Now, one more thing that I wanted to mention, that if you don't want to include that, you don't have to. But the total annual income, if you live with someone in a household, it can be combined. And so if you have a spouse, husband, wife, you guys are able to combine your income, especially if you're filing joint on your taxes. And so if husband makes 100, wife makes 100, you can put 200 on the application. If wife makes 100, husband makes 80, you can put 180. If it's just you writing solo, then it's just whatever you're reporting on your taxes. So this is going to be your personal total annual income. And then deposits that go into other financial institutions, they're essentially asking you for your liquidity. This is also important. So depending on how much money you have in money markets, in your savings or checking accounts, again, with other banks, they want to know that. So if I have another account with, let's say, Chase and TD Bank, Chase, I have $15,000, whether on the personal or on the business side, and TD Bank, I have another 5K. On here, I would put $20,000 as an example. And let's say that right now I'm making $150,000 in income, in annual income total. I would put 150 on there. That's how this would break down. I'm gonna go up here, fill the rest of this out, and then I will see you in the next section. All right, moving on to the type of business owner that you are. I'm gonna open this up. Are you an owner operator? Are you a CEO, which is a chief executive officer? Are you a CFO, chief financial officer? Are you a COO, a chief operating officer, general manager, managing member? Keep in mind, depending on your role in the company and how you're structured, that's what you're going to select on here. And so oftentimes, if you have no idea how you set it up, and hopefully you do, you can just go ahead and call up your registered agent, or you can just go ahead and pop up your ZenBiz to see how they have you categorized in the state. In most instances, it's going to be owner proprietor. That's what's 95% of us are going to be, unless you have something else that you maybe go by, like the CEO, or maybe you're a managing member. Because remember, there's two different ways that you can manage an LLC. You can be a managing member, or you can be member managed. So just a heads up on that. But yeah, going back to it, we'll just go ahead and do owner proprietor just for the purpose of this example. And then, do I want employee cards? This is awesome, like an awesome feature. You may not need this just yet, especially if you're just starting out. But ultimately, what you can do with this is, let's say, especially as you start scaling up, is you start to take on more projects, and now you have more team members, and you really want to organize how those expenses are being paid for. You can go ahead and have, let's say, 2 cards, virtual cards, or really in this case, physical cards, get created that go out to those team members. That, let's say, one team member is only in charge of marketing, and then you have your second team member and they're only in charge of maybe going out and buying supplies for the office to continue to expand it. And so you now have those 2 accounts, and it's all funneling straight into this one account, which makes itemizing expenses and deductions a heck of a lot easier, not just for you, but for your CPA as well. For this, right now, I'm gonna put no thanks. We're turning the corner here. And then, would you be interested in balance transfers? If you have no idea what balance transfers are, this is when you are able to take an expense or a credit balance from one credit line over and transfer it to a new credit line. Now, the cool thing about business credit cards like this is that if you have, let's say, a credit line that's paying 29% interest, which is why this is created, you're able to transfer, let's say, $20,000 of that debt over into your new card if you get approved for, let's say, that much, and you now have a 0% interest. So now all the payments that you're making on the new balance is essentially all principal payments, which is how you start paying down some of that debt a heck of a lot faster. So would you be interested in a balance transfer? Again, for right now, I'm going to put no. So the next screen that you're going to be seeing on your side is to confirm, to make sure that all the information that you put on the application is accurate. So this is a good time to double check. Take your time with this. Make sure that your name is spelled right. Make sure that there's no typos. Make sure that there's no extra numbers in the business address. You want to click next. And once you get to the final screen, you are going to see where it says submit application. You are essentially done. Once you submit the application, at that point, you are either going to get one of 3 things. You're going to get denied, you're going to get held for review, or you are going to get approved.
Don't use a virtual office address for your LLC until you watch this entire video. Now, if you have no idea what a virtual office address is, this is where you can essentially pay for just the mailing address of a physical location. So don't get tripped up with it being virtual, because there isn't necessarily anything virtual about the address. It has more to do with you paying to have the rights of that mailing address, and you can attach that to your LLC. So I'll give you 3 examples of why people tend to purchase virtual office address. The first example is probably why you're watching this content right now, which is you're looking to set up your business in a way that's viable, and in a way that's properly structured in the eyes of the bank, in the eyes of the business credit bureaus, in the eyes of vendors, suppliers, and so that it makes your business stand out and look more professional. Because there's a difference between you just renting out a mailing address between 50 to 150 bucks, depending on where you're actually getting it, whether it's in the middle of downtown or in maybe the outskirts of town, versus you getting locked into a lease of a couple thousand bucks a month. And so if someone's goal is to just get the address, that would be the first reason why they would do it. The second is privacy. Like anything else, I don't know about you, but I don't want my personal information being out there, especially attached to my business. And so if maybe you have a business where you can technically run it from your house, but you don't want somebody doing a search on your entity and then them seeing, hey, this is actually attached to a home residence, and there's a lot of weird things that happen out there with people, then they can come knocking on your door and you get unsolicited visitors. And so the second reason why people set up virtual office addresses is for that privacy reason. And then the third reason is because you're looking to get access to business credit. This can help aid the fact that you can get access to business capital, because it again makes your business look legit and it makes it stand out from the competition of all the other amateur businesses that aren't structured properly. I'm going to give you 4 pitfalls that you want to avoid when you're setting up your virtual office address that you want to avoid. Now, the information that I'm going to give you in this video is going to be agnostic. And so I don't care which virtual office company you use to buy virtual office address through, because I've seen them fall into any one of these 4 categories, which is why I'm giving it to you. So rather than just giving you, hey, buy your stuff here, because I've seen all of them fall short to this, I want to show you what to look for and how to think about this, because it's going to make you a better business owner as you're setting up your entity. So, or even resetting up your entity if you already have a business in place. So the first thing is, if you have a virtual office address that gets screened as a CMRA, you want to swap out the address altogether. Irv, what's a CMRA? That stands for Commercial Mail Receiving Agency. It's just a fancy way of saying that the address that you have that's attached to the LLC or to the entity, that address is just receiving mail on your behalf, but it's not a physical location of doing business, or that's actually at the grade that they would consider it being a physical business location. Remember what I mentioned earlier, where if you get yourself a virtual office address, don't get caught up in the word virtual. It has to be a physical location that you can drive into and actually work out of, which is why I recommend, if you're setting up your virtual office address, I always recommend setting it up in an area that you actually know, in an area that if you were to walk in, not just get your mail, but in an area, if you were to walk in, hey, can I do business out of here? Can I rent out a suite for maybe 24 hours to conduct a couple of meetings in this location? So get familiar with the actual physical location that you're purchasing. The second pitfall that I would watch out for, we actually had this with the client and it cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars in business capital, was everything about the business was structured properly, from the naming convention to the capital and the revenue rather that this business was bringing in, which was obviously going to pay dividends on the capital that he was going to get access to the classification of the business. Like everything was primed, ready to go, but one thing, and that one thing was the second pitfall that you want to avoid, and that was a PMB. Whenever you're getting yourself a virtual office address, if it has a PMB attached to it, so a private mailbox number, then you want to also consider getting that swapped out. And don't confuse this with it being a suites number. So suite 101 and PMB 101. The banking institutions, lenders, vendors, suppliers, business credit bureaus, federal agencies, they're all going to grade that completely differently. So what you want to have attached to the file is a suite, because that shows a reflection that it's an actual physical location, not a glorified PO box. That's all a PMB. That's all a PMB virtual office address is. It's a glorified PO box. And if you know anything about business credit, if you know anything about setting up LLCs, that's going to be a no-go in this world. Number 3, also cost a client a fortune until we were able to get this swapped out, was don't get looped in. Irv, what does that mean? If you have a registered agent, be extremely careful with this, because this happens quite a bit. Registered agents, I have nothing against them, but registered agents all use the same address for all of the clients that they have, because they're essentially receiving mail on your behalf. You're essentially parking your mailing address with a registered agent, and then they may be forwarding the mail your way, or they're obviously like a third party company where they're kind of like taking the mail and then they're obviously getting it out to you, whatever that is, right? I have nothing wrong with registered agents, but if you have a registered agent that's using all of the addresses for their clients, then what I'm about to share with you should alarm you, because we had a client that their business, he had just started it from scratch, and the address that he had for, in this case, from the registered agent, was an address that was attached to a white collar crime. What that meant was that once there was media, and once there was like you Googled the address and there was bad media on the address, there was an open case, there was a file, a police report, everything shooting back to this address saying, hey, this is the crime that was committed. These are the people involved. This was the entity involved. Like, it was a mess. Guess who got looped into that? He did. And so even though he had just built his business, even though he had just structured it in a way that was obviously going to put him on the right path, the one missing factor that ended up hurting his file until he obviously swapped that out, because this was a quick fix for us, was that address. Because then everywhere he went, guess what the first question was that they were asking? Suppliers, vendors, even the credit bureaus, when they were taking all of this data and they were plugging it into his credit ratings. Hey, wait a minute, it looks like you have an open file or an open case on your file against your business. Have you ever been so-and-so company? Have you ever done this, this, and this in the past? Have you ever been a part of this, this, and this like bust that was just done? And he would constantly have to explain, no, this is an address, I have a registered agent. And so he wasn't doing anything wrong. He wasn't doing anything illegal. It was just associated. And so, like, you've heard the saying, one apple ruins the bunch. It was the same thing here. And so if you have a virtual office address that's attached through a registered agent, then I would still recommend, if your purpose is to set this up the right way, still set up your own virtual office address that isn't graded with fraud or that isn't graded with bad media, because you do get looped into it, unfortunately. And then number 4 is, if your business or line of work specific to your state, and this is going to be like a caveat, specific to your state, specific to your county, or specific to your region, doesn't allow for you to have a virtual office address, then guess what? At that point, you may need to look into something else. I have 2 swaps for you. There are some instances where they may not look at a virtual office address, but they'll accept a home-based business address. This is completely at your discretion on whether or not you want to set up your home-based business address, because of what we said earlier. Some people prefer the privacy, but if you say, hey man, like, I'm good, I'm just selling stuff online, no one's looking me up, or hey, I'm good, all the clients that I work with, like, I know them personally, they're like family, then you're good. You can set yourself up with a home-based business address. I haven't seen a home-based business address deter someone from, being able to build their business properly, from being able to get access to business capital. The second route that you can take, again, if you have the bankroll for this, is to get yourself a physical location. One of the instances where I did see someone have to swap out their virtual office address into a physical location where they needed an actual lot was with an auto dealer. So every time they walked into the bank, every time they walked into a credit union, they just kept getting denied. And so every time they kept getting that letter in the mail, that dread letter, hey, why am I denied? It kept saying address. So address is improperly structured. Address is the language they were using is we can't verify the address. There's no validity on the address. And so in his form of remedy, he just had to swap it out, and then it was off to the races from there with getting access to things like business capital and obviously improving his credit ratings. And so those are 4 pitfalls that I would suggest looking out for if you have a virtual office address. Don't just stamp a virtual office address onto your LLC just because you saw a ton of videos on YouTube.
In this video, I'm going to break down the exact steps that I would take if I had a brand new LLC that I was trying to get business credit for to help scale my business with. Now, there's 4 pieces for all of this to work. And the first piece that we're going to be breaking down is going to be the business entity. Now, what exactly is a business entity? It's an organization formed for the purpose of conducting business. Now, 5 of the most common business entities that you probably are familiar with is going to be sole proprietorships, partnerships, LLCs or limited liability companies. You have S corporations and you have C corporations if you're taking the incorporated route. Now, for the purpose of this video, since the majority of you guys are reaching out to me asking me, What would you do with the brand new LLC? That's exactly what we are going to be using as the case study for this video. Now, there's 6 important things that goes into forming a business entity properly. I want to give them to you right now. First up is the business name. This is going to be the name that you select when you register your business. So let's say if you have Irv's Ice Cream Shop and I'm doing an LLC, it'll be Irv's Ice Cream Shop Limited Liability Company or Irv's Ice Cream Shop LLC. That's the naming convention of the business that we're selecting. Next, we have the entity selection, which we kind of just hinted at, which is going to be the organization formed for the purpose of conducting business. Again, for the purpose of this example, we're going to be using an LLC. The third part of forming a business entity is going to be the business location. This is where your business will be established. So if I'm opening up a business in Florida, then that's known as a domestic entity, meaning the home base or the headquarters for that entity. If I decide to open up my business, my LLC here in Florida, and then I also decide to want to do business in, let's say, Nevada, then the foreign entity that's also a part of my main entity, that's known as a foreign entity, that's going to be established in Nevada. But again, for the purpose of this example, we're just going to be using a domestic entity. Fourth is the employer identification number, also known as the EIN. This is the social security number for your business given to you by the IRS or the Internal Revenue Service. Again, this is going to be the number that you're going to use when you're applying for business credit lines or when you're opening up business bank accounts. This EIN is going to follow everywhere that the business goes. And so when, again, you're applying for a business credit line, all that debt that's going to get reported under that EIN is what's ultimately going to get reported also to the business credit bureaus. And this is how you start building up business credit on behalf of that LLC. Number 5 is going to be your formation documents. This is going to be your articles of organization and your operating agreements. Now, the articles of organization break down basic information about your business, such as the name, address, and the LLC members, while the operating agreement breaks down how the business will be ran and who's doing what. So if there's more than one member, assuming you're not a single member LLC, then maybe your business is going to have split ownership, meaning maybe it's 50-50, maybe it's 51-49. That percentage of who's doing what in the business is what the banks are going to want to know. And that's also what they're going to take a look at based off of what you put inside of the operating agreement. And the 6th thing that you want to have in place when you're forming a business entity is going to be a business bank account. Now, this bank account is what's going to be used to receive funds and process transactions specific to the business. So you're not going to be using this account to float personal funds through, to float anything that you're doing on the personal side with your personal life. This is only going to be held for business transactions to hold funds specific for your business. And this is how you start separating your business from your personal assets and your personal liabilities. Now, if you're wondering what's the point of this, here's what having this in place is going to do. Having the business set up properly is what allows you to work with banks and lenders to get capital for your business. Not being able to set up a business properly is one of the fastest disqualifiers used to deny people and quote unquote businesses from getting credit. Now, quick side note, if you've been operating as a sole proprietor and you're thinking about switching to maybe an LLC, the faster you can make that switch, the faster you're able to start reaping the benefits of having your business set up as a limited liability company. One of the reasons for that is we saw a business owner who was able to essentially set up their business. They started running it. They were able to get access to $120,000 worth of business credit solely on the sole proprietorship side. When they try to transfer all of that over to the LLC because they finally said, okay, it's now time to make the jump. The bank said, since you're now creating a separate entity, it's practically a brand new business at that point. That's technically seen as year one for that business. They weren't able to essentially transfer all of the credit that they had available for that business already to the LLC. So what they actually ended up doing, since it was the same line of work, it was the same business owner, they actually ended up shutting down all of those accounts altogether. So this person, unfortunately, had to start from scratch. Now, that is case by case, and it may or may not happen to you. But again, if you're on the fence on whether or not you should maybe open up an LLC, if it makes sense for your business, which in my case, it almost always does, go ahead and make that switch. So that way, as you're building business credit, you're able to properly build up the age so that you don't have to go back later and say, man, I have to restart this thing all over again and lose all of that work that you put on. Now, the second piece of this is going to be the owner's credit, which in this case It's going to be you. When you're starting a new LLC without revenue, collateral, or tax returns to show any income, the owners, which again, in this case, it's you, will have to do what's called a personal guarantee or a PG. Now, having a PG on behalf of the business is common, not just for a brand new business, but also for an existing business who's maybe generating under $2 million a year in revenue, doesn't have much collateral to their business's name. But if you've never heard of what a personal guarantee is or what a PG is, here's what that is. This is promising that if the business cannot pay back the money that it was lended, the owner will use their own money to make sure that the business pays the debts back. So what this means in the business world is that you're the parent for the LLC, since in the banking world, an LLC that's considered quote unquote a baby is an LLC that's under 2 years old and or a business generating under $2 million a year in gross annual revenue. So if you fit any one of those categories, then 99% of the time, you're going to have to personally guarantee on behalf of the business. Now I'm going to give you exactly how your personal credit profile needs to look in the eyes of the bank so that you can get access to funding. But I first want to break down the 5 C's that actually make up a personal credit profile. The first C is new credit. That makes up 10%. Personal FICO credit score ranges from 300 to 850 possible points. So the first component of the credit score is going to be new credit, which makes up 10% of the credit score. This is going to take a look at any new credit accounts that were recently opened or any credit inquiries. The second C is going to be credit types, which also makes up 10%. This is going to be what variations of credit do you have on your personal credit profile? Meaning, do you have personal auto loans? Do you have any regular installment loans? Do you just have revolving accounts like bank credit cards? And so banks like to see a nice blend, a nice mix of different types of accounts, because this is going to let them know how well you've done in managing debts as the business owner. The third piece of the credit score is length of credit history. This takes a look at how long your credit accounts have been active. And the last 2 pieces make up a total of 65% of your FICO score. You have your credit utilization, which makes up 30%. This is going to take a look at your credit limit and how much is currently being used. And then your payment history, which makes up 35%. This is going to take a look at whether or not you've been making your past payments on time. Now, I don't know about you, but I also like to see it from a points perspective. So if we're converting the percentages to points, here's how this breaks down. You have new credit at 10%, which makes up 85 points of the total 850. You have types of credit, which also makes up 10%. That's also 85 points. You have length of credit history. That's 15%, and that makes up 127.5 points. You have credit utilization or credit usage at 30%. That makes up 255 points. And then you have payment history at 35%, and that makes up 297.5 points. Now, I tell you this, but I don't just want you to focus on your credit score. You also want to pay attention to something called a credit profile. A business owner's credit profile is more important than just a credit score. Here's what I mean. I want you to think of your credit score kind of like a money grade. It's the number that shows of how good you are at using money. If the number is high, then that means that you're good at using money. If that number is low, then that means you're maybe not as careful with how you've been using the money that you've been given. Now, I want you to think of a credit profile kind of like a money story. It's like a book that talks about how you've actually been using the money that you've been given. It includes things like on-time payments, how much money you have access to, and how long you've been using that money for. This helps the person who wants to lend you money, which in this case is the bank. It lets them know and gives them the full picture of how good and diligent you've been at using the resources that, again, you've had access to up to this point. So let's use a real world example. We have business owner A and we have business owner B. Let's start with business owner A. Business owner A has a 790 credit score. They have one credit card with a total of $5,000 on it. It's only been open for about 2 years. They have no mortgages, no auto loans, and they have one revolving credit card with 0 installment accounts. Now let's take a look at business owner B. Business owner B also has a 790 credit score, but they have 6 credit cards, which again are revolving accounts, with a total of $40,000 in available credit. They have one mortgage and one auto loan. So all things being equal, the type of business that they're involved in, the geographic location where they live, how long they've been in business, the structure of the business, funds in the account, the bank is going to prefer to do business with business owner B versus business owner A, even if they have the same exact credit score. If you're wondering why that is, it's because they've shown that they're able to manage more debt and a variety of debts over a longer period of time. And that's usually a clear indicator to the banks that if they're going to extend out a larger line of credit on the business side, then they're able to mitigate their risk with that business owner because they've shown previous responsibility. Now let's go back and put this together for what should be on your personal credit profile. You should have no less than 5 primary accounts. Now, we're not including authorized users and we're not including store cards. These are primary accounts that belong to you. You want to have at least one of the credit cards with total credit of at least $10,000 or more. At least 2 or more installment accounts. This can be a personal loan, a personal line of credit, an auto loan, or a mortgage or 2. 5 years of credit age, 10 to 20% of total credit usage. Ideally, the closer you can get that to 0, the better. And then absolutely no negative items like late payments, collections, charge-offs, or bankruptcies. Now let's head over to the third piece, which is the business itself. This is the part where a lot of people get excited because they have the business set up, but you want to know a couple of key things. And that's how you plan on making money, how you plan on turning a profit, and how you plan on growing the business. So with that in mind, you want to be able to answer the following questions because this is typically what a bank is going to want to know about you and your business. How much revenue you project to make in the next 12 months, what you're going to be selling or to who you're going to be selling to, and the monthly expenses that are going to go into your business to keep it going. Now, a lot of people talk about business plans and having these crazy 10, 15-page business plans, your 10-year vision. Look, I get that, but for the purpose of you getting access to business credit and for the purpose of you at least getting your business off the ground, I just recommend a simple one-pager. And this is how I would break it down. You have the sales and marketing, which is going to provide an overview on your sales and marketing approach. So in other words, how you actually plan on getting leads and converting them into customers, AKA, how do you plan on bringing money into your LLC? You have your USP or your unique selling proposition. This is what's going to make you different from everyone else in the marketplace that's maybe offering something similar to what you want to sell or what you want to do. The third piece is going to be the financial summary. This includes financial information such as startup costs, cost of labor, marketing costs, equipment needed, or revenue projections. And this fourth one, banks like to see, but this is also for you, and this is going to be your mission statement. This describes the purpose and values of your business. In other words, what does your business exist to achieve? Now, a quick pro tip here. Don't get lost in all the nuts and bolts and small intricacies of how perfect the one pager needs to be. You just have to put everything on paper and just summarize it. It doesn't need to be anything too crazy. You don't want to get lost in this part because then you'll get lost with analysis by paralysis. So you just want to have something clear, concise, that's good enough to get you rocking and rolling. And you also want to adjust that one pager as needed for your business. So maybe you're not selling something, like you're not selling a product. Maybe you are in the real estate space, you're fixing and flipping. Even though it's kind of like a product, you're not physically making it. You're out there getting access to it and then redistributing it. So again, you want to go ahead and readjust this as needed. And now the fourth piece to bring this all together are going to be the banks. This is where we're going to get the money to help scale our business. Now, the reason why I left this for last is because it doesn't matter what bank you go to. It doesn't matter what lenders you speak to. It doesn't matter what bankers you have access to. If you don't have your personal credit in order, and if you don't have your business properly structured and properly formed, no bank is going to give you access to funding. So with that in mind, assuming the credit's in place, assuming our business is properly set up, there's 4 things that I like to know from the bank that I'm doing business with. The first one is accessibility. Is there a good amount of locations around me, or do I have to drive 4 hours? I like to know what's the support going to be like from that bank, especially for the industry that I'm involved in. I can tell you from experience, especially as you're building out and you're scaling your funding, one of the things that you like to do, and this is usually what I tell my clients, is you want to operationalize everything and you want to build out your portfolio and your network really of bankers. So the closer access you have, where maybe you have 3 banks across the street from where you typically do business, you can constantly walk in every quarter, constantly shake hands with those business bankers, get updates on maybe any new products that they're rolling out, and also give them updates on new revenue and new peaks that your business is generating. This is important because banks like to know that, hey, the clients that we're doing business with, are they actually turning a profit on the funds that we're giving them? Because in turn, this allows them to know if they can go ahead and go back in and either increase the amount that they're giving you or give you access to new lines altogether. Second thing I like to know about the banks I'm working with is funding variety. So what's the product selection like for the bank or the lending institution? Do they just have credit cards? Do they just have business lines of credit? Do they only do SBA products? Do they only do maybe businesses that have been established for 3-4 years? These are all things that I want to know because I don't want to waste my time with a bank or with the lending institution if they're not going to service my business. I also like to know what the deposit requirement is like, because it's also lets me kind of prepare myself, especially if I'm a startup, how much funds or like what my target needs to be initially when I'm first working with the bank. Here's a good rule of thumb for me. I like to see that they have at least one credit card and either a line of credit or a loan product for my industry. This is going to give me the best of both worlds. The third thing I want to find out about a bank is, are they community driven and industry focused? Some banks are only going to specialize in serving specific industries or specific geographic locations. Now, this is going to work exceptionally well if you're a startup, because this is going to allow you to kind of skip the line and not have to compete against some of these bigger businesses. It's whenever you're dealing with a community bank or with a credit union, is they're typically, again, niche focused and they're also geographic focused. Here's how that plays out in the real world. Let's say you have Bank A and Bank A only services your town because there's only one in the entire state. That means that all other hundreds of thousands, if not millions of businesses that are inside of your industry, they're not going to be able to go into that bank and apply for the same type of funding that you want to get access to. That means that you have less competition and less pieces of the pie going out, which increases your approval odds because now you have less people going after the same pot. So don't just focus on some of these big banks that you're maybe seeing all over the place. There's riches in the niches. And then the fourth thing that I'm paying attention to with banks is relationship management. If your business requires a higher level of service or has complex financial needs, consider a bank that offers relationship management services for business clients, especially for my clients in that higher risk industry. So trucking, real estate, construction, even though those are fantastic businesses, and believe me, you can make a lot of money in those businesses because we see it, we work with these people. Those are typically seen as higher risk because of a variety of things. Those businesses are heavily impacted by what happens in a market. Meaning, if the rates go up, the real estate market starts to take a hit. If maybe the supply chain takes a hit, then we know that maybe the trucking space, like their margins start to go down, meaning they start to make less money. If we're dealing with trucking, then banks know that that business is higher risk because even though they're constantly bringing in cash flow, the expenses that goes into running a successful trucking company is far higher than maybe somebody who's just selling digital consulting online or digital products online. The margins are totally skewed. And so what that means for you, if you feel that you are in a high risk industry, again, if you're going to be in real estate, construction, transportation, you're going to want to consider this because you're going to want to have that extra touch. So in the event, maybe you have an application that gets denied, they're able to tell you exactly why that application was kicked back by the underwriter, what changes need to happen in order for you to get that approval you're looking for, and so that you can rinse and repeat the process. So those are the 4 pieces that I would be looking at if I were opening up a brand new LLC, taking my funding from my first 0 to 50K, 0 to 100K and beyond this year. One of the most common questions that I get asked is, what are the most important pieces needed in order for me to build business credit and get access to working capital? So in this video, I will be ranking most important things needed to least important things needed in order for you to build business credit. Now, the way that I'm going to grade this is based off of all the data across all the companies and businesses that we've helped get access to business credit. So the reason I'm going to grade each of these the way that I am is because I went back to all of the client profiles, all the client businesses, and all of the different companies that we've worked with and helped get access to funding. And I started seeing the common thread of what was most important to least important. We're compiling it into this video and we're giving it to you right now. So the first component to getting access to business credit is the owner's personal credit profile. The owner's personal credit profile is a snapshot in real time of how they've been managing their personal debt. When you're first starting out in business, one of the most important things that you can have a strong understanding on is your personal credit. This is going to help build out your personal hygiene, which usually translates into how you spend your business capital. And since banks know this, this is why 99.9% of the time a business is going to have to personally guarantee their way into their first business credit line. Now, PG means that you are co-signing on behalf of the business. So think of it as a parent who is co-signing on behalf of their child for them to buy a house or a car. Now, I think that a lot of people struggle with having to use their personal credit to get that initial business credit boost because they think, why should I have to use my business credit if it's technically different from my personal credit? But again, the business isn't strong enough just yet if it's generating under $2 million in revenue, and especially if the corp or the LLC is under 2 years old. And so if your business isn't at $2 million just yet in revenue consistently over a 24-month period, and if your business is under 2 years old, then you're going to have to personally guarantee. And there's nothing wrong with that, because think of it like this. If it's between you going out of business or staying in business, and all it takes is you signing on the dotted line, personally guaranteeing on behalf of the business, you're betting on yourself that you're going to make it happen regardless. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a scenario where two businesses are identical, bank accounts are set up, the names are almost identical, the type of business that they're doing is almost identical, the revenue is almost identical, but one business owner has a 580 credit score and the other one has a 750 credit score. Banks usually are going to go with the one that's a 750. Unfortunately, the one that's under that 620, 630 mark, they're going to get denied altogether. And because I see personal credit playing such a big role, especially early on with startups or businesses not yet at that revenue, I'm going to rank this at the S tier. The next one that we have is business formation documents. Now, I'm going to group this into one piece, and that's going to be your EIN, your LLC, or if you're a corp, your corp, and your articles of organization or your articles of incorporation and your operating agreement. Let's break these down. Your business formation documents is what you get when you set up a business entity. Having an LLC or a corp set up is what actually separates you from the business. This creates what's called a corporate veil. Now, if you have a sole prop, there's still no corporate veil created, even if you have an EIN. Because when you set up the LLC, that's when the IRS sees you and the business as two different entities. In fact, the IRS is going to see that corp, that LLC, as its own person, which is why it gets its own EIN. Now, the business formation docs is what banks are going to ask for when you're opening up business bank accounts. And your EIN, also known as your employer identification number, is like the social security number for your business. And so that's what you're going to use to apply for credit on behalf of the business. And when it comes to your operating agreement, this pretty much says how the business is structured, meaning what ownership of the business you have. So maybe you have 100% ownership if you're a single member LLC, or maybe you have some members or partners involved in the business. This can be 50-50. This can be 25-75. Now, getting an LLC established isn't difficult. You can either use a third-party servicer or hire an attorney in that state that you're looking to set up that LLC in to establish and set up this LLC for you. So once it's set up that one time, you're good to go. Now, an LLC or an S Corp by itself is not enough for it to get business credit without everything else that we're going to be breaking down in this video. And so because of that, we are going to be ranking business formation at a B. The next one on the list is a business bank account. A business bank account is the account used for business transactions and deposits instead of your personal finances. Now, your business bank account is specifically designed to separate your personal finances from your business finances and business cash flow. And remember what we mentioned earlier about the corporate veil, which is you having that legal separation between you and the business. Having a personal account and having a business account properly separated is going to allow you to keep that corporate veil in place and keep your accounts from getting shut down altogether if the bank ever sees that you're commingling funds, which is what you want to avoid altogether. Now, in addition to that, having a business bank account established allows you to build up a partnership with that bank. What this means is they're going to see your business as someone who wants to do business with them. And so when you decide to go back in and apply for a business credit line, they're going to say, yep, we're familiar with your business and we see how you've been faithful with us. We see how much money's been coming in. We see how you've been consistent. So here are your options. And since bigger banks like to see liquidity, meaning cash flow, this actually helps offset the age of the LLC. So if maybe your LLC isn't past 2 years old, but it's bringing in good revenue and maybe you don't have A1 credit like 780, 790, maybe you're closer to 690, 700, this can help offset some of those deficiencies and still help you get over that hump so that you can get access to more credit lines and more credit options for your business. And because of that, I am going to rate a business bank account at an S tier because I see it working for more people and more businesses than not having one at all. Next on the list, we have your business's credit score. A business credit score is made up of your company's payment history, available credit, account types, and judgments like tax liens, UCC filings, or bankruptcies. Now, there's three major business credit bureaus on the business side. That's going to be Dun & Bradstreet, Experian, and Equifax. And yes, those are the same Experian and Equifax that you see on the personal side, but they also have a commercial division. A popular score that a lot of people like to talk about is your paydex score that ranges from 1 to 100. But the downside of that is that banks aren't really looking at a paydex score when they're determining whether or not they want to approve a business for a business line of credit, because the paydex score is primarily composed of vendor accounts. Now, vendor accounts, vendor terms, or net payments or net terms, it's all pretty much the same thing. And what that means is you have 30 days from the day that you're invoiced in order for your business to make that payment. So if you're invoiced on the 1st, you have 30 days from the 1st to make that payment on or before the 30 days are up. And here's the thing, those net terms only apply to that creditor. So if you go to, let's say, a store and you buy 1,000 batteries, they give you $1,000 worth of business credit specifically with them. You can only use that vendor account there at that store. You can't use it everywhere else. Now, on the other hand, Experian and Equifax have their own scoring models as well, but the difference is that they include things like financial and non-financial accounts. Financial accounts are things like credit cards, business lines of credit, business loans, all reporting to your business credit. Non-financial accounts are the vendor trade lines and net terms that we just finished breaking down. So if you're going to focus on building out your business credit score, banks are going to mainly look at your personal credit score, especially if you're under $2 million in revenue. And they're also going to take a look at your Experian business and or your Equifax business credit score specifically for those financial accounts that are actually reporting. So with that in mind and knowing what we know and how little impact a business credit score actually has, we are going to rate this at a tier B. Next up, we have industry classification codes. This is what the banks and the government uses to classify your business into its proper category and its line of work. Now, these classification codes are used everywhere, even if you haven't noticed them yet. They're used when you open a business bank account. They're used when you apply for a credit card. They're used when you file your taxes. And they're even used when you set up your business with the state. Now, there's three rankings that you want to pay attention to when it comes to industry classification codes. You have low risk, which is green. You have medium to high risk, which is yellow. And then you have red, which is known as restricted. Now, you want to stay in yellow or green, which still allows you to get business credit, even if maybe your business is inching its way into maybe medium to high risk. Really, all you need to do is when you connect with an underwriter, let them know what your line of work is, how your business is actually structured, and they're able to tell that story into the system. Now, I wouldn't worry too bad if my business is in maybe the medium to high risk category, but I would try my best to get a classification code that's classified as a low risk, because this is going to be less questions asked by underwriters and banks, and it's also going to increase your approval odds for your business, which makes everything a heck of a lot easier. Now, having the right industry classification code is so important. We were working with the business owner who was facing constant denials. The minute that he made the switch into the right industry specific for his business, he was able to go from $0 in business credit to $175,000 in working capital and counting. So that one switch literally made all of the difference. Now, the reason this is so important is because this is one of the main metrics banks use to mitigate risk when they're looking at your entity. So this is something that you don't just want to put on the back burners. You want to pay close attention to how your business is categorized, because depending on how that business is bucketed is the options of funding that your business is going to have. And it's also the threshold of risk that the bank is willing to take specific with your line of work. So again, if they don't have a lending appetite for your industry, they're going to deny you altogether, regardless of how good your credit is or how much revenue you're bringing in. And because this is so important, I am going to grade industry classification codes at an S. Next up, we have a business phone line. Now, this is a phone line associated with your business. Banks are all about seeing your business set up properly. And one of the easiest ways that they can identify that is by a business owner having a personal line and having a business line properly separated. So the phone line that's associated specifically to your business is what's used inside of the database. And so when banks and when lenders are going into the directories, they're able to see, okay, this one phone line is solely attached to this business, meaning it's not just a person and it's not just a business. Like, it's literally just for this. Now, even though having a phone line for your business is important because it obviously helps you look more professional and it also helps separate a personal call from a business call, I've still seen a ton of business owners get approved for business credit lines, even when using their own personal cell when opening up a business bank account and when applying for business credit. And because of that, I am going to grade this at a C because it's just not going to move the needle for you like everything else we've been talking about. Next, we have the business name. A business name is the legal name used when setting up your LLC or your corporation. Now, picking the right business name is important, not just because it separates us from our competitors or it's fantastic for branding, but this is also something that banks are looking closely into. The business name, like an industry classification code, go hand in hand. And so I've seen banks turn down like well-ran businesses with legit revenue, strong profiles, just because the business was maybe in an area that they didn't want to lend to. So sometimes I've seen an instance where they don't want to touch real estate businesses. And so if you have house flipping or if you have land development inside of a business name, regardless of how the credit profile is structured for the business owner and how much revenue they have coming in, banks are like, no, we're not going to take that risk. So this is why I typically recommend my clients, when you're picking a name for your entity, you want to try to pick a name that's generic and nothing that raises red flags. I like to play with names like your own personal name, LLC, or the initials of your first name, last name, or the initials of all the partners, business management or business, LLC, or enterprise. And I like to keep it as generic as possible. So that way it's not screaming a red flag to the bankers and to the eyes of the lender. So this is what you want to keep in mind as you're picking a name for your LLC, or if you're renaming your business altogether. Keep that in mind because it could mean the difference between an approval or an instant denial. And because I know that, I am going to rate this at an A. The next one we're breaking down is the business address. This is where the business is established geographically. Now, where a business owner decides to open up their business is completely up to them. This can be Wyoming, Delaware, Texas, Nevada. Some people pick different states, specific states, to avoid maybe paying more in taxes. Now, regardless of where you decide to open up your business, there's 3 types of business addresses that you can use. You have a brick and mortar location, so like a storefront. You have a virtual office address, and then you have a home-based business address. Now, the brick and mortar address is exactly what it sounds like. That's a physical location that you work out of. The second type of address, which is the virtual office address, it's kind of like the brick and mortar location, but the difference is that you're just renting out the spot, like the actual mailbox that you can receive mail to. Now, don't confuse this with the P.O. box, because if you get yourself a P.O. box, that'll get you flagged altogether. So when you're picking a virtual office address location, you want to make sure that you're doing a reverse search. You're literally Googling the address so that you can see that it looks like a physical building. If it looks like a UPS store, or if it looks like it's like a storage facility, you want to avoid using that. And then lastly, and we're seeing banks start to use these type of addresses a lot more, is a home-based business address. Now, the game changed about 3-4 years ago when Zoom culture started happening and people started working remotely way more than what we had ever done in the previous years. And because of that, banks understand that real businesses are making real money from the comfort of their home. But because of that, you can't just use a home-based business address. If, let's say, you are in automotive sales, you would have to use a physical address because it's an actual car lot that you're selling cars from. But let's say that maybe you create content from the comfort of your home and you've converted one of the rooms into a studio. At that point, you're either A, able to use a virtual office address, or you're able to use a home-based business address. Now, quick pro tip and caution here is, even though you can use a home-based business address to get approved for business credit lines and still use that on business applications, you want to be careful that all of your personal information isn't online. And so if you're maybe someone who, again, you're a reserved person, you don't want all of your personal stuff out there, then maybe taking a look at a virtual office address is going to be a better option for you, even if you work from the comfort of your own home. So with that in mind and understanding how important having the right address is for your business, I am going to rate this at a B. Next up, we have the business email. Now, this is an email that includes your company's domain name. A lot of people, especially when starting out, are going to use free emails like Gmail, AOL, Hotmail.com, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, especially when you're starting out. But when you start using a business email, this is when you use your company's domain. So it can be, let's say, support@yourcompanyname.com. So I'll give you an example. Support@insideinnercircle.com, friends@insideinnercircle.com, money@insideinnercircle.com. We're using our domain name for our business to create an actual professional appeal to the business and how it looks. Now, this is important, not just because it helps you, again, separate your personal email and your personal communication channel, but it also, to the eyes, again, of the bank, lets them know, okay, this is an established business, because in order for them to actually have a business email, they must have a business website, which is one of the metrics that they're going to use when they're looking at the legitimacy of your business. Now, when it comes to the business email and the business website, when it comes to it being a make or break on whether or not a bank is going to work with them, I haven't seen it enough to really move the scale to say you absolutely must have it. Do I still recommend it just because it's good for you and you're going to be able to use this as you start to generate more revenue and it just looks professional altogether? 100%. Have it set up. Once it's set up, like, you're good to go. You can continue on with your day-to-day operations, but it's not going to be a make or break if a bank decides to deny you. They're going to deny you for other reasons outside of this one reason alone. And because of that, I am ranking the business email with the business websites on this tier at a C. Now, last on the list, I have a business's social media profile. This is the account used to bring awareness to your products and to your services online. Now, there's something known as online presence and social proof. And we all know that, especially in the age of digital media and social media, right? Right now, you're probably scrolling on TikTok or you're probably scrolling on Instagram, and you'll maybe have a couple different brands that you follow. You'll see some testimonials. You'll see maybe they'll put out the product online. You'll see a couple of reviews. And that's important because it's going to boost the amount of revenue that you generate. And it's also going to let your ideal customer know that you're in business and constant new products that you're maybe launching or maybe that you're running sales on, which again means more money for you and your business. Now, revenue is obviously something that every business owner should strive for every day. You're creating constant awareness of your product and of your service. But again, in the eyes of the bank and in the eyes of the underwriter, having a social media account for the business isn't going to be enough to really move the needle, especially when it comes to applying for a business credit line. In fact, if you were to look at a business bank account application when you're opening up a business bank account or when you're applying for a BLOC, nowhere on there do you see, hey, what's your social media channel or what's your social media account? Again, this is more for you, the business owner, to continue to scale your revenue. But in regards to you getting access to business credit, it's not going to do much for you. And so because of that, I am going to rank business social media accounts at a D. Now, what do we do with all of this information? Do you just set up the LLC, just focus on your personal credit and just get the business bank account? No, you still are running a legitimate business. And so you want to have all of these pieces that we just broke down working together as one piece, because this is going to help your business create more consistent cash flow. You're going to be more organized. And when you go into the bank, if you have all of these pieces together, it's only going to help your cause when you're applying for business funding. So I wouldn't disregard any of these. I would just have them work together as a whole. In this video, I am going to be breaking down what banks don't tell you, why you keep getting denied, and how you can reverse engineer that so that you can increase your approval odds. It's not just the lack of poor personal credit. It's not just the lack of business age, and it's not just the lack of business revenue, which is what most people think. So let's get right into the first point. The NAICS code, also known as the NAICS code, along with how you name your business, can make or break the amount of funding that you get. Let me explain. Sometimes if a business is in the construction space, but they're using maybe a name that's going to get them flagged, like investments or like even construction or trust is also a big one, that can get a business declined altogether. And that's just on the naming side. But the naming piece has a lot to do with the classification that you choose, because let's say if you are in the construction space, but you tell a banker or you go to a bank and you apply as if you're constantly building out spec homes, then that speculative style of investing or speculative style of business can raise a red flag to them. And so they put what's known as like red tape around your business because of the industry that you've decided to classify your business within. So think of it kind of like a bucket. So the reason why I'm saying red tape is because this is exactly how banks are referring to it. This means that you are in what's called a restricted industry, which banks in most cases don't like to lend money to. Because think of it like this. If a business is in a high restricted industry that they feel is going to be defaulting, then their odds of getting their investment back, which in this case was lending you money, starts to decrease. So think of NAICS codes in the eyes of a bank as risk mitigation, which is why you want to choose this carefully. The second thing that you want to pay attention to is the geographic footprint of your business and the geographic footprint of the bank or lending institution that you're going after. So a geographic footprint is where a bank is stationed and who they decide to lend to. Now I'm going to break down the difference between grade A banks, which are the bigger banks across the country. These are the national brands, and the lower banks, kind of like the regional banks or the local banks. And so if we're focusing on the bigger banks, the geographic footprint simply means that they're typically going to lend out to businesses that are located within that state. So let's say that your business is located in Georgia and you wanted to go to one of the bigger banks, say a Bank of America, say a Chase. As long as your bank is within the state that they lend in, then they're going to be able to lend to you as long as, again, your business is registered in that state. But now let's take a look at a local bank or a regional bank. And so these are banks that are maybe only located in a city, or certain banks that are only located maybe in the Northeast region of the country or just in the West Coast. So maybe Arizona, Texas, California, and Nevada as an example. If your business, and when I say business, I'm referring to where your business actually conducts business in, which means it has to be within that demographic, then with local banks and with regional banks, sometimes they put a guard around how far your business can be located before they can't lend to you. So in most cases with local banks, they usually have a 40 to a 50 mile radius that your business has to be within. So once it's out of that radius, they can no longer allow you to open up things like a business bank account, a checking, a merchant account, and the list goes on. Now, here's a pro tip that one of our clients did to kind of bypass this. They saw that where they live was more in a rural area. So there weren't too many banks around them. So they noticed that right around 25 miles east of where they lived was the city. But within that city, they had access to about 35 different banks and different lending institutions. So what they did was, when they were looking for their new brick and mortar location, they said, you know what, most of our traffic is online. What would it look like, since no one's really walking into our store? What would it look like if we just opened up shop inside of the city? So that way, when we take our documentation into the banks and we start connecting with bankers, we have access to more options. That's exactly what they did. But I'm going to give you a different take on that, because you're probably thinking, well, Irv, what if I'm not a brick and mortar location? What if I'm an e-commerce store and everything I do is online? Or what if I work from my house and I'm outside of that range? I'm so glad you asked. One of the things that you can do is you can set up a either foreign entity if maybe you're outside of the state that you're looking to access funding to. Obviously, consult with your CPA on how to set that up. We have a full video on that. So I won't go too deep into this video, but you can set up a foreign entity specifically in that state, which will now allow you to get access to some of those funding products. Or the other option, if you're already within the states, is you can take a look at a virtual address. So a quick Google search is going to allow you to see, okay, based off of where I'm located, this is a densely populated area with a lot of banks and lending institutions. So what you can do is you can plop on the map your virtual address. Now make sure that's a virtual office address that's actually registered with USPS. Do the whole business address audit. Don't get one of those cheap UPS looking store ones. Don't get one of those cheap storage unit looking ones. You want to get one that actually looks like a physical location. So that way, when they go to search your business up, it reads as if it's right within the region that they can lend in. The third piece you want to pay attention to is lending appetite, because every bank is going to have different requirements along with different industries that they gravitate toward, that they actually want to work with and get business funding to. This means that they look for certain businesses and business owner profiles to lend to. Now, some prefer to lend to real estate, others prefer to lend to brick and mortars, and others prefer to lend toward companies like transportations and manufactured, and the list goes on. So this is good news if you were maybe denied at a particular bank, because this simply means that maybe they didn't want to lend to your line of work. This means that there's options out there that you can take a look at. So I want to give you 3 questions that you should ask a banker or that you should ask a loan officer when you're connecting with them, which is what I train my clients to do. And I want to give you those 3 questions in this quick script. First thing that you want to ask is, what does the majority of your lending portfolio make up? The second question you want to ask is, what do you specifically need to see in my marketing plan and in financials if needed? And the third question you want to ask is, what funding options do you currently offer specific to my business? Now, when you position yourself this way, this is going to let them know, okay, this business owner means business, and they also know exactly what to look for. So this is going to help you by, again, the process of elimination, so that you don't have to spend time opening accounts, having your credit ran, possibly depositing funds in banks that, again, there's no point of you even doing that because you're not necessarily going to get anything in return. So that script right there is going to save you a heck of a lot of time so that you can get to the funding options specific to your business much faster. So there you have it. Those are 3 key things that you want to pay attention to and why most people get denied and they don't even know it. If you found value in this content, consider hitting the subscribe button down below. Don't forget that anytime we're not posting on here, we're posting over on Inside with Irv, which is our podcast style channel. So if you like what we have going on over here, you'll love what we have going on over there. So whether you just opened up your LLC or you've had your LLC now for a couple of months or even a couple of years, in this video, I am going to share with you how I set up all of my business bank accounts from when I made my first $100,000 all the way until we were at about $750,000, not in revenue, in actual cash collected in our business. And if you stay to the end, I'll let you know some changes that I maybe would have made a little bit earlier on in a recent change that I did to one of my accounts. So before diving into the first account, I want to preface that the way that I set this up, and again, this is going to vary depending on the type of bank that you have, is I went in person to the bank. I told my banker exactly how I wanted my accounts laid out. So when I'm breaking down all of these accounts, I'm not saying to go to 5 or 6 different banks and have all of these accounts. I'm talking about these are kind of like subcategories within the main head account. And so with that out of the way, the first account that I opened up was my revenue accounts. Now, I want you to think of your revenue accounts kind of like the head honcho. This is the main account where all of the funds are going to come in through. So whether you are using a merchant processor directly with your bank, which I recommend for you to set up because it's going to help build trust with that bank. That's a little pro tip for you. You can also set it up if maybe you have a Stripe account or if you have another merchant processor that's maybe a third party. Whether it's $1 going in through that merchant account or it's $1,000 coming in daily, it's all flowing right into that revenue account. Now, the whole point of this, especially if you're under $250,000, is to keep it as simple as possible. There's some people out there that they'll say, well, hey, you may want to separate an operational account or you may want to have a payroll account. I think that especially when you're starting off, or at least when you're under that $250,000 mark, you can go ahead and let it flow right through the revenue account. Now, again, this isn't tax advice. I'm just sharing with you what's worked for me and what I'm still using today. So if you're wondering how are expenses paid for, it's all getting paid from this same account. But the way that I reverse engineered it was I pretty much set up all of my expenses. Take a look at all of the apps or maybe services that you use to keep your business afloat. You're going to tally that up. And the way that I set it up was I used a business credit card for each of them. Now you can put them all on a business credit card, but the key is that you just want to have it going on an automatic payment cycle. So that way you're not paying crazy interest and you're not missing any payments. So this is also going to help you out with the business credit side if you do decide to apply for a business line of credit later on with this particular bank, or if you decide to maybe apply for a business credit card that you don't already have. So things like your operational costs, things like your recurring costs, or any other payments that are needed to be made in order for you to keep your business afloat, it's all coming from this revenue account. Now, the second account that you should set up with your LLC is going to be your savings account. Now, there's a few different angles that you can take with this. I'm again going to keep it as simple as possible. With the savings account, this is what you're going to use for things like emergencies. Now, everyone is going to have their own threshold or really their own amount that they want to save in terms of how much is coming in and how much I want to throw into my savings or into my emergency. That's going to depend off of you In my experience, what I would do is any excess revenue that I would have after maybe saving on taxes, which we'll get into here in just a second, and after paying off my team or my suppliers or expenses, all of those excess funds would naturally flow right into the savings account. Now, again, especially when you're starting off, you want to be able to sleep at night. There's nothing like having a reserve there. So God forbid something happens, you have 30 days covered, you have 60 days covered, you have 90 days covered, especially if you're operating in quarters or if maybe you have bigger contracts that maybe it's a longer sales cycle and it takes a little bit longer for you to receive those funds or for you to receive that payout. Having that extra cushion allows you to, again, be able to make the right decisions where you're not feeling rushed or you're not feeling like you're under the gun in order to be able to come up with some quick cash because you have that reserve there just in case. Now, I hope you're enjoying the content, but really quickly, I wanted to let you know that if you are a business owner and you are looking to get access to business credit, whether you are looking to restructure your existing business or potentially you're rebuilding your business from scratch, we can help you, again, rebuild your business, restructure it, and help you get access to business credit so that you can continue to scale your operations. If that's something you're looking to do, go ahead. Hit the link below, insightInnerCircle.com. Check out what we have going on and book a free demo so that we can see where you're at, see where you're looking to go, and hopefully help you get there. Now, the third account that I would have in place would be the tax account. Now, everyone is going to maybe break this one down a little bit differently in terms of how much should be flowing into your tax account. I'll give you a good rule of thumb that my CPA gave me. And again, this is all going to depend off of your tax bracket, your married situation, how much revenue you're bringing in, and where you're located in the country. So again, talk to your CPA about this, but my CPA mentioned, hey, you want to have anywhere between 20 to 30% flowing into this account. So that way it's kind of like a set it and forget it method. I've never had a situation that when tax season came around, I was kind of wondering, okay, where's the money going to come from? At least early on I did. But as I started kind of figuring this thing out and we started to scale, I started thinking, man, the last thing that I want to worry about is come tax season. Or if you're paying your taxes every quarter, especially as a small business owner, with the payments, like that money's there. So you don't have to worry about where it's going to come from or trying to borrow from someone. Like that's the worst situation that you can be in. So rather than having to go through that, set aside, again, going to vary, but 20 to 30% that you have flowing right into that tax account. And then the fourth account, which is my personal favorite because this is where things can get creative. This is where you are kind of going to pay yourself to learn, is going to be the reinvesting and the experiments account. So I first want to address the reinvesting account. The reinvesting account is exactly what it sounds like. If maybe you wanted to go out and you wanted to pay for more marketing supplies, if you had ads that you wanted to run, if maybe you had merch that you wanted to maybe figure out a few different designs before you bring it out into the market. Maybe you wanted to beta test it. Maybe you can dive into this reinvesting account to see if you have a winner to then go back into your operation account, which again is the top line, that revenue account, to then throw more dollars behind it at scale. Now, the other side is going to be your experimenting account. The way that I see this, I'm kind of giving myself a budget to fail. Here's what I mean. Let's say that every month I'm giving myself $2,000 in order for me to be able to experiment. So every month, $2,000 comes into this account. I can use it for whatever I want in regards to what I want to do with the business. So if I'm testing a new ad, I can go ahead and just say, okay, these $2,000, it's just to experiment. It's just to find out if my thesis works. It's just to find out if my theory is actually going to move the needle or not. So with this account, you're okay with losing that money, but I'm even scared of saying losing that money because it's really not losing that money. It's kind of like, again, you're paying yourself to learn a lesson. You can also use it for things like courses, to hire a coach, to maybe get yourself in a program to help accelerate that learning curve. But the whole point of this account, again, is to keep things fun in your business. And this is really where you're going to start seeing the biggest gains, at least that I've seen in my own business, especially once you start making more money, where now it's not just $2,000 that you can maybe experiment with. Now it's maybe $3K, $5K if maybe you're a bigger player. Maybe it's $30 or $40K once you start hiring talent. Now, the bonus account that I wanted to give you, which again, it's one that you will probably transition to, especially as you start to grow your business, is going to be a payroll account. Now, I've been seeing this more and more, especially once business owners, and again, this will range, but once they get over that $250,000, $300,000 mark, they have a payroll account that's connected to their payroll software. So whether that's Gusto or if that's maybe QuickBooks. And so anything that's drafted from that account comes directly from the payroll account that you're constantly funding. This also helps it look cleaner with bookkeeping. So again, CPAs love the more organized you are, the easier it is for them to be able to help you out with things like write-offs and deductions. And so the whole point of this video is to make sure that you're able to properly separate everything in your business, so that way everything's in one track and you're able to find everything exactly where it is. In this video, I'm going to take you through the exact process that we help the client go from $0 in business credit to over $280,000 in working capital. Now, I'm going to pull back the curtains and show you all three phases that you can implement in your own business. So let's dive right into it. Phase number one is the business and the business owner. So first things first, when working with the business is we want to know how their business is structured. So we want to know, is it a sole prop? Is it a single member LLC? Is it a multi-member LLC? Is it a partnership? And then according to the operating agreement or how the business is set up, who has the most leverage in the business? Is it 33% across the board if it's 3 partners? Is it 25%? Is it 4 partners? Is it 51-49? Is it 95-5? These are all key metrics that we like to look at because this is going to help us structure who's going to have the biggest lever to pull on when we're looking to get access to some more funding. Because there are instances where maybe partner A has a relationship already established with maybe Wells Fargo and partner B has a relationship established with Bank of America, but maybe partner A has the better credit. So naturally banks are going to want to take a look at one owner versus the other. And so we want to play to the strongest hand. The second thing we take a look at in this phase is going to be the business profile. Now, specifically, we're looking at liens and UCC filings. So let's break that down. If we're looking at UCC filings, what this means is that if you've taken out a loan or if you have some type of debt, that means that the original creditor is going to place a lien on the credit profile. But there's really 3 things that ends up happening. Number one is it in good standing, meaning you've been paying it off on time? Number 2, is it in bad standing, meaning you've been late or it's been defaulted? This is going to hurt a business owner from getting access to business credit. And then number 3 is the precision of the UCC filing. Now, I don't really see this getting talked about much in the business credit space. So here's what that means. Some banks, especially the bigger ones, they want to have what's known as a first place UCC filing or a first place UCC lien on the business. What that means is, God forbid, the business goes underwater or it defaults, they want to have first rights in order to be able to reclaim some of the losses that they took from some of the credit that they extended out to you. And so if you go, let's say, to Chase or let's say US Bank as just a general example, more often than not, if you're going for a business line of credit, they're going to want to have first place on a UCC filing. Now, pro tip with UCC filings, you can still have a UCC filing, whether you have one in first position or if you are in good standing, and still get access to business credit. You just want to make sure that you set up the framework the right way, which is going to come in later steps. The third thing that we want to pay attention to in this first phase is going to be the banking history and the current accounts. What this means is kind of like what I mentioned earlier. If you have, let's say, partner A, and they already have maybe 2 bank accounts on the personal side and on the business side with Wells Fargo, having that relationship already established is going to move the needle the most and the fastest so that you can go back into maybe that bank and ask them for a business line of credit or ask them for maybe a loan that they're not televising that's usually just being promoted inside of their own banking ecosystem. That's one of the biggest levers that you can pull on is first take a look at who do I have the strongest banking relationship with, which is one of the first things that we look at with our clients. And then the fourth piece that we look at is the naming convention of the business, the geolocation. This is both in state and operationally. I'll explain what that means here in just a minute. The business's revenue, if they have any, and then lastly, the classification of the business. So when we're talking about naming convention, we're referring to how the name is structured on the entity. Remember what we mentioned earlier, where if a business has multiple partners, if it's a single member, if it's a multi-member LLC, that's the structure. But we want to take that a step further because banks are going to take a look at the naming convention. So are there pieces in the name that's maybe going to raise a red flag with the business? So if you're in real estate, maybe keeping real estate development off of your entity is a good idea. If you are in construction, maybe keeping the name construction off of your business is a good idea. It's going to move the odds in your favor. When we're referring to geolocation, both on a state front and on a operational front, what that means is, where is the business located? This is huge because we're able to play to the hand of where the banks are located for that entity. So a company that's maybe established in Wyoming is going to have less funding options than someone who's maybe established in Georgia or someone who's established in Pennsylvania. So some business owners take two different routes. Number one is they're paying attention to where they're established. And then number two, they're paying attention to where can I open up a domestic entity first? And then where can I open up a foreign entity second? The foreign entity side plays a big role because this opens up the floodgates to the overall amount of banks that they're going to have access to. Now, keep in mind, a little pro tip with foreign entities is that you could create something known as nexus. And that means it's a taxable event. So you want to pick the state that you're choosing wisely, because if not, you and your business will be subject to some of those tax laws. Again, go ahead and talk to your CPA about that, but let's move on. Now, revenue is going to be an important piece because this lets a bank know, okay, how liquid is this business? Do they have good cash flow? Do they have good collateral? And do they have good credit, both on the personal and on the business front? But let's say that you're a complete startup. One of the best things that you can do is go after stated or no doc type of products, which is what we're going to talk about in this exact funding framework. Now, really quickly, if you have a business and you are looking to get access to working capital, whether it's 50K, 75K, or 100K, we would love to see where you're at and how we can help you out. Go ahead and book a call down below over on insightinnercircle.com. I'll go ahead and pin that down in the description. We'd love to see where you're at in your business and see how we can help you scale by bolting on our done with you funding system. I look forward to connecting with you. Now let's jump into phase two, which is leveraging the perfect banks. Pro tip, just because you see a ton of social media posts or a ton of YouTube videos talking about a bank and how they're approving other businesses or other entrepreneurs, you want to tread lightly because they may not be the best bank for you. Let me explain. You want to tally up all of your old accounts and all of your new accounts. This is going to be important because you're going to start finding a correlation between which banks have been the easiest for you to open up accounts with. This is usually a soft indicator that, hey, if I already have an LLC, I can maybe take them back into that bank, re-meet with a business banker and help my business get funded. If you're finding that they're making it really difficult for you to even open an account with them on the personal side, that's going to be another indicator that may be a bank that you want to stay away from, at least for the time being. Because not every bank and not every lender is going to favor your line of work. So what you want to do is when you go in and when you're talking to a business banker, you want to find out a couple of things. You want to find out, have you dealt with my type of business in the past? The same way that they're interviewing you to see if you're a legit business owner, you want to be interviewing them as well. So it's a two-sided fit. Do you work with my type of business? How much funding have you gotten for my line of work? And what products do you guys have available for my industry? These are three key questions that I always tell my clients to ask a business banker. It's going to do two things for you. Number one, it's going to let you know off the bat how sharp of a business banker you have. Is it someone that's going to go up to bat for you when they're presenting your file to the underwriter? And then number two, you're going to find out how thick or thin the possibilities are that you're going to have to be able to achieve the funding that you're looking to get based off of the amount of products that they have available for your business. So a couple of different funding products that you want to ask them about: business credit cards, business lines of credit, business term loans, SBA loans, equipment financing. Now, before we go into phase three, which is the exact process, products, and banks that our clients use to get access to over $280,000, I first want you to remember this formula whenever you're creating a funding round. The formula goes as follows: partnerships, big banks, regional banks, local banks, and credit unions. Those are the five that you want to pay attention to. Now, whenever I'm with a client and we're looking at their spreadsheets, we're looking at their P&Ls, if they're an experienced business, and we're looking at where they're located with, again, everything in phase one, I'm going through this exact model right here. We're trying to find some quick wins. Do they already have partnerships set up with banks? Meaning, are there banks that they already have relationships with? What type of big banks do they already have access to? Do they have a personal line of credit? Do they have a business line of credit? Do they have a personal account? For local or regional banks, how many of them are there within their area? Is it something that they can use their domestic entity for? Or is it something, if they're operating maybe across borders and across different states, is it something that they can tap into through a foreign entity? And then lastly, I'm looking at credit unions. And the reason why I'm leaving credit unions for last is because they're typically easier to get. And so I want to go after the tougher accounts first, which more often than not is going to be the bigger banks. So with all of that being said, let's put it together, because phase 3 is the funding framework with the exact banks and the results. Now, all things being equal, every funding framework runs in 30 to 45 day funding sequences. Here's what that means. Based off of all the accounts that you are about to hear, we were able to achieve this within 30 to 45 days from start to finish. Now, every person's timeline is different, but this was the timeline for them to achieve $280,000 because there was a few moving pieces that we had to help them take care of along the way. So the first bank that we helped them get access to was PNC. Now with PNC, they were able to get over $115,000. Here's a breakdown of that. It was a $75,000 business line of credit, a $40,000 business credit card. Now the sequence with this bank is they had to wait 30 days. So what we recommended was, hey, open an account first. And then once you open the account, go ahead and go back in through the same banker that helped you open the account, and then apply for the business credit card first. Adding another 10 to about 15 days once you activate that card, then go back in for a business line of credit. Now, a pro tip with PNC is whether you are a complete startup or if you are an existing business, PNC is one of those no to low doc type of banks that are working right now, at least at the time of this recording, that are helping people get access to these lines of credit. So this is definitely a product that you want to take advantage of while it's still hot. Now, the second bank was Wells Fargo. They were able to get access to over $80,000 in business credit, 50 of that coming from a business line of credit, and the other 30 of that coming from a business credit card. The reason I have them on this list is because they already had an account with them. So they already had the established partnership with them. They already had the account. They already had revenue running through that business entity, floating in through that business bank account. Bank number 3 was Premier Valley Bank, and that was a $45,000 business credit card at 0% for over 12 months. And then bank number 4 was another bank that they had already gotten access to on the personal side. So they just had to present their business documents, make a couple of adjustments with the banker. Again, part of that was the name, part of that was their classification of the business, making sure that it was falling within their guidelines of a low risk entity. And that was $25K on the BLOG side and $15K on the business credit card side. Again, 0% interest for over 12 months over on the business credit card side. So if we tally all of this up, that gives us a total of over $280,000 of working capital for this business. Now, this process is going to work for you regardless whether you are a brand spanking new business, meaning you just opened up your LLC, you have no revenue, you're just getting your business credit off the ground, or if you are an existing business where you have an 80 plus on the Paydex score, you have a full understanding of your P&Ls, you're bringing in some serious revenue. But the main focus that I want you to take away from this isn't so much the banks, but rather how this whole thing is broken down. Because if you can understand the how, then the banks don't really matter. Because at that point, you know exactly what the banks look for. So if one bank decides to turn you down, you're able to take that information of how you structured your business and take it to the next bank that's going to approve you. And that's how we're able to rinse and repeat this funding process.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone talk about no doc funding the way that I'm about to explain it to you in this video. So if you have no idea what no doc funding is, this really took its craze, I'd say right around, 2021, 2022, even 2023, where people were essentially saying that you can get access to business credit without having to present any financials, tax returns. And it took the internet by storm. I mean, people were like going in, applying for credit cards, applying for business lines of credit, and thinking that that's just how things operated. Well, I'm going to tell you that at one point, it was a lot easier to get access to no doc funding compared to where the economy is right now with everything happening. And so I wanted to create for you this simple graph that if you understand what I'm about to break down for you, it's going to make your life a heck of a lot easier so that you can identify
if you can actually get access to what's called no doc funding, and if so, what you actually need to have in place so that you can get access to those type of products. Now, the first thing that I want to mention is that, like anything else, there is a pro and a con to anything that we do. It's no different with no doc funding. Now you can think, I mean, what the heck is a con to no doc funding? I don't have to present any tax returns. I don't have to present any type of financial statements, any profit and loss. That's a win-win to me. Yes, but at scale, it's really difficult to sustain. Here's what I mean by that. You're only going to get access to, let's say, 25K worth of products at any given moment using no doc funding. Now, could it get you off the ground initially? Yeah, absolutely. That's why I consider this a bit more for a starter friendly type of person or a business owner. But when you're looking to really scale your business and your operations, you want to start flexing your cash flow. You want to start flexing your credit profile, both on the personal and the business front. And you also want to start flexing your tax returns. That's why you're starting to see more and more banks ask for things like bank statements and obviously tax transcripts. But I digress. When you're looking to set yourself up, again, if you're looking to get access to that first, I'd say 75 to right around 150K, 200 if you're really pressing it of no doc funding, then this is what you want to pay attention to. You have the business owner, or you have the business's profile. This is going to be the structure of the business. So in this case, we're going to use LLC just to keep it super simple. You want to have the address of that entity established on its own. Can you use, and is there a case where you can use a home address? Absolutely. I've helped clients do that before. I prefer to have some type of separation though. So if I am going to use a home address, I want to be sure that we have an actual space that we're working out of that's carved out for that business. And obviously for tax reasons and legal purposes. But you can also use a virtual office address, which it's essentially you're renting out the address for a physical location. None of this cheap stuff that you see out there, by the way. I'm talking about real addresses that you can drive into and you can collect mail. You can actually work out of. You can do a virtual office address. You can also use a brick and mortar. The next thing that you want to have in place is going to be a site for the business. I'm actually starting to see this more and more now. And I know that's something that we've always harped on with our clients is having your own website set up. Not the way that you're probably seeing it online though, which is people saying, hey, just have any website set up and just go present that to a business banker. No. I'm talking about a website that has all your data congruent to what you're actually presenting. I can't tell you how many times I'll be auditing a file for a client and they'll say, hey, Irv, let me show you my website. Okay, cool. Let's see it. And the website has nothing to do with what they actually do for work, where the business is actually located. It looks like they just got it off of one of these third-party companies or they paid someone just to have a copy and paste template thrown out there. That's going to be one of the biggest red flags. And so take the extra step, go the extra mile, and make sure that your name is actually in the website. Make sure that the address that you use, whether it's virtual or home address, like whatever it is that you want to use, it's on the website. Make sure that it's a viable phone number that's being used. It's a viable business email that's being used. And the last thing that I want to mention about the business profile is at the bureau level. I'm actually going to run out of room here, but I'll just go ahead and just summarize or abbreviate it, I should say. At the bureau level, you may not have business credit just yet, but that doesn't mean that you can't at least register your business so that all the data that you've set up for your business, from the name, the address, the phone number, the email, the industry classification, it all points back to the business credit bureaus, because this right here is going to be one of the first slots that banks are going to pull from to make sure that the data is actually congruent and telling a story. The owner profile is anyone who has over 25% or more of ownership inside of the company is typically going to personally guarantee the debt, meaning you're going to co-sign on behalf of your business so that you can get access to the capital that it needs. Now, when it comes to the owner profile, I always recommend you want to have one of one. Here's what that means. You want to have one address on your personal credit profile. You want to have one phone number on your personal credit profile. You want to have one name on your personal credit profile. And this needs to go across all three of the personal credit bureaus. Here's why. We were working with a client who everything that they needed was dialed in on the business side. They had everything. They had the LLC, the address, operator agreements. They had the website. They had the email. Like, this person went all in. I said, okay, I love it. I applaud you. But when they kept trying to go back in to get access to business credit lines, guess what kept coming up as a high risk? Them, the business owner. And I know that you're probably thinking, wait a minute, I thought that you can only be considered a high risk if I'm in a high risk industry like trucking, or if I'm in a high risk industry like real estate. No, business owners also get considered high risk because of a couple factors, but I'll give you two. How they've managed debt in the past on the personal side, and also if there's too many incongruencies in how their personal profile is set up. A common example that I typically use is if you recently got married and you changed your last name, go back in and make sure that that name change, especially if you took it to the court already, it's all updated across all your credit cards, all your financials, all of your legal documents, your passports, everything. It's no different with the personal credit bureaus, because again, it's what's going to be pulled. Now, moving into the banks, and this is like the last piece that I look at, even though most people think, well, if I just had access to the right list of places, the right banks, that I can get access to business capital. Yes and no, if these two aren't first dialed in. But I'm going to give you really, I'd say two, if not three things that I look at when we're dealing with banks, which is location of the bank, the appetite of that bank. I'm running out of space here. The appetite of that bank. And then I would say that the last thing that we look at is selection. Then don't worry, I'm going to break all this down for us. You just wait right there. The banks. This is the last place that we look at when we're helping a client. This is the last place that I will look at if I have an LLC. Here's why. Once I have my business profile dialed in, once I have my owner profile dialed in, my credit is in the 700s, which I should probably put that here, right? That's going to be a big piece because you're personally guaranteeing this stuff anyways. The location of the bank or the financial institution, you can also use this interchangeably with a credit union, is a geo-restricted one, meaning some banks and financial institutions aren't going to want to work with you if you're outside of like 25, 30, 40-mile radius. So that's one thing to consider when you're doing this. You're typically only seeing that, though, with credit unions or smaller banks. With the big banks, as long as you're in the state, you're good to go. The appetite's a big one, though, because you can have a low-risk profile on the owner side, a beautifully set up and structured LLC, but then the appetite of that bank simply says, hey, we don't want to work with your industry. At that point, it doesn't matter how good your profile is. It doesn't matter how long you've been in business, how much cash is coming in. At that point, you just flat out have to look at another financial institution. That's why I said leave this piece for last, because it's as simple as finding out who actually wants to partner with your business and then just taking your business there, right? That's how we want to operate, and that's how we want to work around that. And then lastly is the product selection. We were working with another business owner, and they needed about 175K worth of business capital, but they had been contacting all these like done for you / credit stacking programs that I'm sure you've seen out there all over the internet, all over Facebook, Meta, like all of it, right? The problem with that is, which is what they told me before they brought us on, is Irv, I don't just need 0% business credit cards. Like, I need real cash value stuff that I can move in and out of deals from, meaning I can use it as a down payment, and I don't want to liquidate because I know the ramifications of liquidating. Like, I don't want to get my account shut down. Smart business owner, type of people I like to work with. I said, okay, cool. Let's go ahead and map out, based on where his revenue was, based on where he was located at in the country and how long he had been in business. Let's map out a funding framework for you that we can still do some no-doc stuff here and there, right? We'll have to flex some financials when needed, but we can still do some no-doc stuff. But we're going to make sure that we get the right selection of products that you can actually use to move yourself in and out of deals. And so lo and behold, it unlocks this piece right here, which is where you want to live. This is how like the no-doc stuff works. When your business profile, your owner profile, and the banks all coalesce and all come into this happy medium. If you're just moving off of this right here, like this is a no-go.
If you're just moving in here, it's a no-go. If you're just moving in here, it's a no-go. For this to work, especially at scale, and by the way, like, I don't just want you to stop at the no doc funding stuff, by the way. Like, don't take this as the core message of the video. I wanted to show you, and the whole purpose of me making this is so that you can see the bigger picture, which is having all the elements dialed in so that you can eventually work your way into some bigger capital and continue to scale your business predictably and sustainably, because you have a well-oiled machine that's continuing to grow with your business, which is a funding setup that we help our clients install into their businesses. By the way, if you need help with any of this at all, go ahead, book a call down below, insideinnercircle.com. It's pinned as the first comment. We'll take a look at where you're at, where your business is, where you're looking to go, and see if we can help you out. If we can, we'll let you know right there on the call. And if we can't, we'll at least leave you with some resources that'll leave you better off than how you came in.
In this video, I am going to be breaking down 4 different frameworks that we've used to help clients scale from $50, $100, $150, even $250,000 plus in business capital and business funding. The exact banks and lenders that were used, along with the specific timelines that you can match so that you can duplicate the results in your business. Now, this video that you're about to watch is a sequel to a video that we dropped last week on setting everything up. So if you haven't seen that just yet, make sure that you check that video out as well. I'll go ahead and link it down in the comments. But other than that, enjoy the video.
This funding framework is extremely simple, but you'd be surprised how many people, 1, sleep on it, and 2, don't even know that this is what it's pretty much being used to get you business funding, right? Quote unquote business funding. So this would be a really simple Chase Business Inc., US Bank, and Citizens Bank. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen, Citizens Bank is no longer, and I didn't have it on here, Citizens Bank is no longer offering soft pull. They're actually doing hard credit checks now. Just a heads up. So if somebody's looking at the slide right now, Citizens Bank they're only a soft pull on an Equifax. Not anymore. They're doing hard pulls now. So just a FYI. Chase Bank, US Bank, Citizens Bank. Typically, with Chase Bank and US Bank, you can go up to $50K no doc. Anything above that, and when I say no doc, it means app only. That means whatever is on the application.
Stated income. Yep.
Stated income. Stated income. So no doc, app only, stated income. It's all the same thing. I'm just giving it to you in 3 different ways because there's different type of people in here that maybe you're wondering which one is which. It's all the same thing, right? Up to $50K for US Bank and Chase Bank. And typically the threshold that I've seen with Citizens Bank is right at 35 threshold. I'm not sure if Rad's seen any more, but that's right around that threshold that I've seen that they're typically lending up to, between that 20 to right around 35 before they start requesting anything. The next one that I have, and this is beginners, I have a novice framework. This would be Chase Bank, again, Inc. Business Unlimited. It would be US Bank, same card. Citizens Bank, same card. We're adding FNBO on there. Notice that FNBO pretty much allows you to do one card in their network. Anything after that, they'll ask you to shut it down. So with Chase Bank, the one thing that changes outside of adding FNBO to this funding framework right here is that you're able to add that second card. So we'll go in for maybe Inc. Biz Unlimited, and then we'll go back in for the second Inc. card. Now, the rule of thumb with this is you want to wait for the first card to get approved. I wouldn't want you to apply for both at the same time. Secure one first, and then go back in and apply for the second one. And so you can go ahead and apply for the second one. Remember, with the business credit cards, there's 2 ways to bypass the 524 rule, because that's probably the question that you have. Where the 524 rule is, if you're new to this game, 524 rule pretty much states that you can't have more than 5 no accounts in the last 24 months. 2 ways to bypass that is if they're business credit cards, business loans, mortgages, auto loans, they don't count toward new accounts. Second way to bypass that, which is every account that you see here. Second way to bypass that, ladies and gents, is going through a relationship manager. So I know that Rad mentioned earlier, one of the ways that you guys can do a credit card stacking sequence is applying and then just shock, I don't want to see shocking the application because that would mean you're doing it to different banks. You pretty much have all the windows open and then you're hitting submit for all of them. That's one way. The other way that you can do it, since you're pretty much spreading out your inquiries at this point, is you can actually either A, go through the relationship manager directly, or B, have that business banker set up so you can hit all of them. I usually like to hit them in the same in a 72-hour window. And so I know that if I can do Chase with the business banker, US Bank with the business banker, I don't have to be in person. If they can email it to me, a DocuSign, even better, right? Because this is how we do it with our clients. We have Citizens Bank, again, nationwide. If you're dealing with the business banker, if you live in Minnesota, let's say they're in Florida, in Tallahassee, they can send it out to you. They can pretty much be your business banker. It's just going to be virtually, but they could do it for you. And then with FMBO, you can submit it online. You don't have to feel like you're under the gun to submit all the applications at once. And so I just wanted you guys to know that, because those are two different approaches. One is you can have all the windows open, which I have clients that do, that don't have these relationships. And then the other route is if you have the relationships, just spread them out. Just make sure you're hitting them all in the same week. Does that make sense so far?
Perfect sense.
We'll go a little bit more advanced though. So we still have Chase at the top. The reason why we're keeping Chase at the top is because you guys know that they are inquiry sensitive and they're also new account sensitive, even though the new accounts, as long as they're on the business side, they're not as important. So really what we're playing with here is how we're staggering the inquiries. So we have Chase. Again, we're hitting the ink. So we're essentially doing the same thing that we did here. The difference is that I want you guys to pay attention to what I'm doing with US Bank now. So with US Bank is I have a 50K app only, and that's on a business platinum. That's 18 months, 0% interest. And then I'm also doing a 50K, or up to, I should say, 50K on a no-doc business term loan. And again, this is if the business permits, right? Which I have some data points with them that I'm going to be sharing with you guys. But if the business permits, they're both going to run off of the same inquiry, which is going to be TransUnion. Citizens Bank, same thing with the business platinum, but I'm also going to include their business line of credit. What I want to do, I want to treat all of these the same way that I would with Chase. I want to get approved for one product first before I go back in. Now, if you're working with a relationship manager and they tell you, hey, this is how we want to submit it, their rule is first. So it's kind of like kingship. At that point, if you're playing in their territory, what they say goes. But I'm telling you, if you don't have the advantage of using a business banker, trust me when I say get the approval first and then go back in for the second sweep. If not, you'll get both applications denied. I see it all the time. FNBO, one card allowed. And then at the bottom, I have M&T Bank. Again, if they're in your area, you can hit them with the geographic location. You can do a no-doc business loan up to 25K with them. I have some data points for you guys that I'm going to be sharing also later on in the next slide deck, but I would add them. Now, this right here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different banks. How many accounts are we going for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But they're not all credit cards, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Really quickly, if you are a small business owner or an active investor and you're looking to get access to working capital so that you can continue to scale your business, I would love to speak with you, see where you're at, see how we can help you get to that next level in the funding that you're looking to get. You can book a free demo with my team so that we can show you exactly how our system works and once it's bolted on, the results that we can potentially help you get. If that sounds like something that you're looking for to, again, take your business to the next level, go ahead and book a free demo down below. That's insideinnercircle.com. I'll link it down in the description. I'll link it down in the comments. But other than that, enjoy the rest of the video.
So now we're starting to see how we're starting to move across just credit card stacking. Again, credit card stacking is a fantastic way to really get it off the ground going. But when we're going more advanced and we want to start pumping money into trucking, we want to start pumping money into real estate deals. You can't swipe for some of this stuff. You need physical cash in order to go out and make the purchase. Remember what we said about sometimes when you're purchasing a vehicle, if you wanted to use a B-lock for it, so that way the vehicle, the deed gets handed to your business. It's no longer attached to the bank. So now you own the car because you paid for it on a B-lock versus if it was on just a regular term loan through the bank, right? So that's just also how I want you to how I want you guys to view this. Now, there's PG and then there's also non-PG. I like to call this more of a hybrid funding model. This allows you to tap into pretty much best of both worlds, where you can go with some EIN only products and you can also go with some PG products. And so keeping it kind of like along the same framework,
This one right here, I put them as like the one that I don't like. I'll leave it the way that I say it. I don't like this one, even though I have it here. The reason why I left it on here is because it's so easy to set up.
Mm-hmm.
And this is most likely the one that people are getting rad. So it's Chase,
All the time, bro.
U.S. Bank, FNBO, Citizens Bank, Divvy,
Yeah.
and Capital on Tap. This is most likely the main hybrid funding framework that you're seeing out there, right? Now, I don't know if they call it that. This is what I call it because this is like how I view the banking system. This is how I view the world. But this framework right here is, I'm not the biggest fan of it because you pretty much have 2 charge cards thrown into the system.
I mean,
Now,
in this case, I'd rather just have like 3 American Express charge cards, bro.
I could just have 3 American Express charge cards. The only reason I included this one in here is because every now and again you'll have someone that says, but I want a non-PG, I want a non-PG, or I want EIN only, I want EIN only. You got it. You got it.
Have fun with your non-rewards.
Non-rewards. You pretty much have a glorified charge card. The only upside that I would see is maybe you're getting a little bit of extra reporting on there over to the business credit bureaus. Other than that, it's really not that sexy, right? I would rather you swap it out with Amex. I didn't even add Amex in any of these because I wanted to give you guys a traditional baseline. Amex is so easy to get that you can literally just swap them in there for maybe a Citizens Bank. You can maybe even drop them in all the way at the bottom, just because Amex is just one of those that if you're going to prioritize a little bit tougher ones to get, it would be this one. But you can include any bank that you already have a relationship with, right? So this would be the first, I would say, hybrid. Number 2, at the bottom, it gets a little bit different. Instead of having the Divvy, instead of having the Capital on Tap right under Divvy, I'm swapping it out with maybe a Blue Vine. So now I'm going maybe with the FinTech B-Lock at that point, right? Now, the difference with this is, remember, it's a bit more advanced. So your business needs to be established for at least 2 years in order for that to work. And you need to have at least 10K, I'd say 5 to 10K coming in on average over the last 90 days into your account. If you're not there just yet, maybe stick to the first 3 funding frameworks that I gave you, which is stated doc. This is where right here we start to get a bit more creative with some of the revenue that we have coming in and some of the credit that we already are able to leverage. Here's the 3rd funding framework that I have for you guys. This is the one that I would prefer. This is the one that I like to tell my clients, I want you guys to jump on this. I would rather you take this route versus, if I'm being honest with you, this route. I know Divvy and Capital on Top is cool, but they're charge cards. With these right here, this is how you want to set it up. And so everything from Chase, U.S. Bank, FNBO, Citizens Bank, and GM Business, Goldman Sachs, I actually added that on here because they're underwritten by Goldman Sachs. They're pretty easy to get. The only thing that I would say with Goldman Sachs is that if you actually open an account with them and then you put at least $2,500 in there, let that sit for 30 days, then apply, we're seeing way better approvals. Just a little side tip with GM. But going back to Universal Fuel and BP Business Solutions, in the beginning, or they're going to be non-PG, right? Like, go back to the call from last week when I broke down business expense cards. That's what BEC is. In the beginning, what you can do is you can get yourself a Universal Fuel and a BP Business Solutions card, right? What you want to do is you want to have regular spend on that. Those are going to be regular net 14s, net 25s, net 30s. So you're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're aging that account, you're building the relationship, and then you're also getting your business credit built out, right? What ends up happening is right around 60 to right around 120 days, sometimes longer, but if you're using it the way that you should, which is constantly in your business, especially for those of us that are in trucking, you can have a pretty quick turnaround time, 60 to 120 days. Once that seasons, it then flips over, you get an invitation for the Universal Fuel and for the BP Business Solutions to, again, graduate into an unsecured revolving MasterCard, which now you can carry a balance if you wanted to at that point. That would be a hybrid model of what you have here. But the way that you would want to set it up is you would kind of want to extend the time horizon on the 2 bottom cards. Does that make sense, bro?
Absolutely, bro. That was deep, but I love it. That was good.
So remember, fleet cards graduate into unsecured credit cards. Most people aren't going to teach you this, by the way. They're not there. Most people are going to stick, maybe not even this. Most people are going to be like right here. So novice, which again, it's good. It works. But This is juicy. And I really like this model right here. If I'm being honest with you guys, I really like this model right here. It's a good look. So remember, Fleet Cards graduate into unsecured credit cards, app only, and low doc business funding working for our clients right now.
In this video, I am going to be breaking down the exact funding frameworks that are working for our clients, what banks are looking at, the exact banks and lenders that our clients are getting results through, and how to properly structure your business funding rounds based off of these proven frameworks. Enjoy.
With funding frameworks, though, this is where things get juicy, but I want to make it very clear of the key difference between funding frameworks and funding sequences. So this is how you structure your funding for any given round. This is how you structure your funding for any given round. Frameworks are specific to your type of business, geographic location, revenue, age of business, credit profile, and entity structure. That's how you want to structure it. This means that there is no one size fits all when you're going after funding. So as much as I love you guys, whenever you see me giving out data points, whenever you see me talking about a bank online, whenever you see me talking, breaking out a data point for a bank, giving out a case study, just because that worked for someone else doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for you. So you want to take the good, disregard what's not going to work for you. I don't want to say the word bad because it really is, it's nothing bad, but take what's good, what's going to work for you, and disregard what maybe it's not going to apply to you, right? And so that's how I want you to think about the funding frameworks that I'm going to give you, so that way you can see how you would set it up for your own business. Now, a funding sequence is the cadence or the timeline of how you would go about with each of these funding frameworks. So, example, you plan on getting 100, 150 to 200K in funding. This is probably going to take you 2 sets of 2 funding frameworks in order for you to be able to do this within 90 to 120-day period. Now, is it guaranteed? No, of course not, right? It's going to depend, just like any other bank would underwrite. Sometimes you'll get approved for 10K. Sometimes you get approved for 25K. Sometimes you'll hit it off. You'll hit Fifth Third. You'll hit US Bank for 2 B-locks on each side. You'll get 50-50 a pop. That's 100 right there. So it's all going to depend. But more often than not, I'm seeing this happen with 150 to 200 with more than one funding round. Can it happen with one round? Yes. But I'm talking about, it has to be A1 credit, and financials got to be on point. So I want you guys to be patient when you're setting this up, and I want you to think about it the way that I'm going to show you. So there's something known as in-house and third-party underwriting. Remember, we're still in the section where this is what banks don't want you to know. We haven't even left that section yet. We're still talking about what banks don't want you to know, right? So I'm going to add on a piece to this. Funding companies don't even want you to know this.
Take your time, my friend.
If you are a
company doesn't want you to know this, take your time.
And if you are a funding company and you're watching this, this is going to help you service your clients a heck of a lot better. Just like FY, right? To be able to service your clients at a high level. And if you're doing the funding yourself, you're going to, if you're doing the funding yourself, or you plan on hiring a company, you're going to understand how this process works. So let's talk about some in-house, right? You're essentially looking at companies, banks, I should say, for the most part, these are tier A banks. They do their in-house underwriting. This means that they have their own algorithms, they have their own underwriting software, they have their own underwriting team. Chase is going to underwrite completely differently from Bank of America. Chase is going to underwrite completely differently from Amex. I have Amex on there. It's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Amex is going to underwrite completely different from Chase. You guys know that Chase is a lot more like what we say stingier when you have too many inquiries on your credit. So you may want to put them at the top of the list when you're going after a sequence, right? Or when you're going after setting yourself up for some funding. And then maybe you can drop American Express at the bottom, because with them, as long as you already have a relationship, you know that they're not going to hit you with additional hard inquiries. And you know that they're going to be far more lenient with inquiries than maybe a Chase would, or maybe a Bank of America. If maybe I'm looking at US Bank, then I know that US Bank, they're more liquidity based, meaning I need to have 3, 5, 7, 10K in that account before I even think about going for a round of funding. I would add Chase to that list. I would add Bank of America to that list as well. And I would also add Wells Fargo, right? Where they're more liquidity based. They want to see a more seasoned account versus me just walking in. I don't need an American Express savings account in order for me to get approved for American Express personal or business credit cards. So I can just start seasoning that account based off of my personal accounts. So you guys are now starting to think how the underwriting process actually happens, right? So that's what in-house funding. Third party is this. And this is a slide that I told you guys about earlier. Maybe I was like missing two pieces, but I'll fill it in for us right here. Elon Financial, Total Card Management, Independent Community Bankers of America, FNBO, and Card Assets. Those are essentially the top 5 big boys of the big boys of the big boys that are underwriting for credit cards and credit card services on behalf of the majority of the regional banks, small banks, and credit unions that you and I are looking at. And so this entire time, Rad, when they've been going out and they've been trying to apply for, let's say, a business credit card, and they think that they're applying at another bank, they're landing inside of the same funding pool, which is with Elon Financial, as an example.
Was 80% of the cards, right? 80% of the cards is Elon, right?
80%. Check this out, though. 1,300 financial institutions are outsourcing it to Elon Financial. Super important. And I'll break down Elon Financial here in just a second.
Take your time, my friend. Take your time. Take your time.
Total Card Management, TCM, 750 community banks are outsourcing this, right? Independent Bank of America, Independent Community Bankers of America, ICBA, is 2,000 banks outsourcing it. I'm gonna let that sit for a second. That's 2,000 banks, bro. That's more banks than Elon Financial.
Wow.
That's more banks than Elon Financial. And so what a lot of people don't know is that Total Card Management, TCM, is a subsidiary for ICBA Bank Card. So they're actually under the umbrella. So if I actually wanted to put them first, I should have put ICPBA. That's why they have more banks that are under them, because TCM falls under their umbrella of underwriting.
Wow.
FNBO is another one. And then Card Assets would be the 5th. Now, something else that I want to know here is that Elon Financial is a subsidiary of US Bank, which we covered it, I believe, last week, which you guys should know. But here's why this piece right here is important. Let's say that I'm applying at West Banco and I'm doing a funding sequence, or somebody's doing it for me. You're going to end up applying at the same bank inside of the same system, so inside of the same database. Now, I'm not saying that there's like a con about this or like the pros about it. I kind of speak on both. The pros about this is that Elon Financial offers some 0% business credit cards, right? So when you're doing a funding sequence, you're going through that, you can apply with them. You don't necessarily need to have a seasoned account. You can be outside of a geographic location, which kind of helps. And then you don't need to have an account open with necessarily West Banco. You can just go right in, boom, apply, and they'll get you in. The downside to that is, let's say this is South State Bank right here. So I want you guys to see the difference. This is West Banco. This is South State Bank. So let's say that I'm thinking I'm hitting 2 different banks, right? I got a 0% with this one. And let's say with this one, I got like another 12, right? Another 12 months, another 6 months with these guys at 0%. Sometimes with Elon Financial, if you shotgun too many applications too fast, it'll just cause an automatic denial because it'll overwhelm the system. And so you want to treat it like a nice dance. You want to get approved for one card first, and then you want to go back in and you want to apply at a different bank that's also under Elon Financial, and you want to apply again within that same week window. Sometimes it's hit or miss if they're going to pull from the same bureau, because again, it depends on the region and it depends on the bank. So if somebody tells you, hey, we can just go ahead and have Elon Financial hit Experian twice, they don't know what they're talking about, because it depends on the bank and it depends on the region. If the bank, remember, they're partnered together. So if that specific region for that specific bank is pulling from TransUnion, you're going to get TransUnion and you're going to get Experian hit. Something you want to pay attention to. So when you're spreading out your inquiries, this is something that you want to think about. Why is this important? This is important because I see a lot of people when they're setting themselves up, they think that, again, they're applying at a different bank, and so that means that it's going to have a different underwriting. It's the same underwriting. And so if you think that, okay, me putting 35K on a West Banco application, I'm sorry, 350K on a West Banco application, and then you forget, or somebody applies for you, they forgot, hey, how much did we put on the West Banco application? Well, I don't know. I think we put 350, but for South State Bank as an example, or Seacoast Bank as another example, or even Bank of the West as another example, put 210. So now you have conflicting information going into the same database.
Oh
and so now Elon Financial is looking at it like, wait a minute, didn't this EIN, social security number, business address literally just come in with this business information? So why is it conflicting? Which number do we go with? And so we've started to see more and more Elon Financial, they're starting to want to ask for documents. So I want to prepare some of you guys for that. It's not always
like FMBO, like FMBO. FMBO didn't used to do it, right? And everybody was running that play, and now FMBO started requiring the documents.
FMBO doesn't let you go past one card either. FMBO will approve you for more than one card, but then they'll ask you, or they'll ask you to shut the cards down, or if not, they'll start shutting them down for you.
Yep.
So just a heads up on that for those of us that have multiple cards with the FMBO. But that's why that's important. And so that's when they start asking for additional documentation, versus if I'm the type of guy, I'm gonna put myself like on your side, right? Irv, I'm trying hard not to show as much documentation as possible. Like, what I got to do, make sure the applications match. I would take screenshots of my applications and make sure that all the information matches, whether it's my projected revenue, my stated income revenue, my total household income. Look, whatever you decide to put on you on that application is between you, God, and the bank. Like, I have nothing to do with that, right? That's between you, God, and the bank. If you wanted to drop 500 on there, drop 500. If you wanted to drop 250, drop 250. Whatever it is, but man, at least make sure that the story makes sense. So that would be my 2 cents on why this would be important. Now, really quickly, if you are finding value in this content and you are looking to take your business to the next level by getting access to capital, and you need help with that, we can definitely take a look at your business, where you're at, see how we can help you get there based off of some custom frameworks that we help set up for our clients. So if that is you, go ahead and set up a free call. The link is down in the description over on insightInnerCircle.com. Connect with my team. We look forward to connecting with you on the other side. Enjoy the rest of the video. Credit stacking, ladies and gents. I get this question asked probably every other day. Every other hour is really what I should say. So credit stacking, is it effective? How does it work? And I'm kind of gonna give it to you. I think it's in the next slide. If it's not, I'll give it to you. So essentially, what you're doing is you're just submitting credit card applications in a specific order with multiple banks in order to access large amounts of unsecured credit or unsecured capital. In its most basic form, that's essentially what it is, right? And so the whole terminology of 0% funding derives from this. Is it legit? Yes. Can you do it yourself? 100%. Am I going to show you a quick framework here? 100%. The reason why I'm giving you this right here is because with credit stacking, it's sexy. And which is why I left it more toward the end of the presentation, which is where we're at now, middle to end, because it's one that a lot of people are probably hanging on for, right? Even though it gets better. But credit stacking is only going to take you so far, which is why I want you to also think about business lines of credit and business term loans, because the way that I see credit cards is Army Swiss knives. So they get you in and out of situations fast. Yep. But you also want to think long-term with lines of credit and term loans, because you're actually able to get some real cash out of those bad boys and pump them into some serious projects that you could only do with credit cards if you found the way to liquidate them. And you guys have seen the systems are starting to get a little bit tighter for credit card liquidation. That's why I'm giving you this answer. So credit card stacking.
You guys need all of them. You need all these debt weapons. They're like little different tools in your toolbox. Like you need all of these debt weapons, and they're all meant for different purposes. Like, yes. I'll do a whole debt weapon call. Like, I think that's probably really needed to really break these things down, how to use them in certain situations, how I would use them. I'll do a call on that. But anyways,
it's going to be helpful because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to have questions after this. Like, hey, I got approved for a line of credit. Hey, I got approved for a business credit card. Like, what do I do with it? So 100%. I mean, you got my vote on that. I'll be on that call for sure to watch you. Credit card stacking pitfalls. I want you to screenshot this. I want you to put this on your fridge. I want you to put this whenever you go to apply for a couple of credit cards. Like, keep it in front of you. Filling out the credit card information incorrectly. That's like elementary, but you'd be surprised how much that happens. Applying with the weak or thin credit profile, applying with a business that's not set up properly or structured correctly, right? Going to banks and credit unions that don't service your line of work. I see that happen all the time. So if I want to, let's say, get funding for construction, which happens quite a bit, and I'm going to, let's say, a credit union that they just don't service that. They're more of like along the retail sector, or they're just more alongside of maybe trucking. I could be shooting myself in the foot, not submitting the right applications in the right order, and then submitting mismatching information for multiple applications, not just one. And so this right here is a typical credit stacking breakdown. So very simple framework, very, again, surface level, but this is essentially how I want you to view it. At the top, you'll have, let's say, 2 tier A banks, you have 2 regional banks, and then you have 2 small banks or credit unions, which are usually with like third-party underwriters, right? With tier A banks, I'm going to give you guys some here in just a second, an exact like layout that I would do. But with tier A banks, I want you guys to think about the ones that we just finished breaking down that do all of their in-house underwriting. So let's say if you wanted to put Chase and American Express, that would be the tier A banks. For regional, that would be more alongside of Citizens Bank and then PNC. If I wanted to go small bank, I would think maybe Ameris, and then I would think maybe Bank United, or I would think Bank OZK. Another example that I can give you guys. So that would be essentially like a very simple like shell of how you would set this thing up, right? Do you need to always hit 6 accounts? No. I found that the threshold is right between 4 to 7. Anything more than that, I think you're at, and I think even 7 is pushing it. If I'm just honest with you guys, I would say 3 to 6 is like a nice sweet spot, especially if you can double dip inside of the same account. So that's the other thing. If I have a tier A bank, and let's say that tier A bank is American Express, and let's say I can go in with a business Blue Cash and a business Gold, I'm essentially pulling 2 lines outside of the same bank versus having to do. So when you see each of these, it's not that you're getting approved for 6 individual products. You could have 1 to 2 products that you get at each bank. So now you're walking out with 12 lines. I just want you to be mindful of how many applications you're placing within each bank. It's not just about the banks. Everyone is always wondering, hey, what's the bank? What's the bank? What's the bank? They're not even set up right. Like they're not even set up right. It's like bringing a basketball over into a baseball field. Like, bro, you don't even have the right tools. Like, you're just going to strike out. And so that's how I want you guys to view it. So funding framework.
Wow. I like this.
Yeah. Funding framework is essentially how we go about it. So this right here, inside right here, what we call round. So this right here, what you see is a sequence. So let's say that my sequence was going to start at, we're finishing up April. So May 1st, all the way through, let's say, July 1st, as an example. I think that should be right around 90 days. My first sequence is going to start, or my first framework is going to start in the sequence right here. So my first round is going to start May 1st. Once I get back any approvals or denials that I have, I want to have a rest or a pause period right here. Rad touched on it earlier, and I want to reiterate, during that period, you're going to be taking a look at why was I denied? I'm going to be taking a look at, is there any credit reallocation that I can do right now?
Yep.
You're going to be taking a look at, is there anything missing on my profile that I could add to strengthen it? Yep. You're going to be taking a look at, is there a relationship that's lagging? I'm 100% in alignment with Rad and with Plug on this one, Credit Plug, where you want to choose your relationships wisely, the same way that we would in the real world with the people that we decide to have dinner with, hang out with. You want to do that as well in the banking world. And so obviously we don't have an unlimited amount of funds, right? And so let's say if you only got 10K that you can use to start moving around and strengthening relationships, you're gonna have to pick. Am I gonna go with Chase first? Or am I gonna go with City National Bank? Am I gonna go with Citibank? Am I going to go with Discover? Like, these are all questions you want to ask yourself. Hopefully you have it already by the time you hit that first round. You definitely want to have that during that rest period, because that's going to set you up for that second round, which would introduce a completely different framework into that. We're not going to hit, let's say, the same cards or accounts again. We already have them, right? So at that point, we have to get a bit more specific. We have to know which accounts we want to add, which again, I'm going to give you guys here in this call today. But with this, you also want to see, do I want to let these accounts not just age, but do I want to let the hard inquiries age a little bit? Let me do some organic spending, so that way I start to build up some good grace and some comparable credit inside of the banking system. So then at that point, you have a decision. Do I want to go back in and remove this the way that we know how, the hard inquiries with the bureaus? Or do you say, you know what, I'm good for now. Let me not mess with, let me not mess with some of these accounts that I have. It took me a while to get here. Let me let these accounts age for a little bit, at least 90 days, at least 120 days. I know it's not a quick boom, boom sequence back into it. Can you? Yes. I'm just showing you how to do it the smart way, so that you don't get your file hot, so that you don't get flagged. And so my recommendation, if we're, let's say, on a 90-day stretch, your first round, let that hit, wait 30 to 60 days, and then go back in for your second round is the way that I would recommend it. But can you shotgun them back to back? Yes. Are you going to run into a wall? Most likely, 100%.
1,000%.
1,000%. Yeah, I let the 1,000% out. 1,000%. So, reasons to set up multiple sequences. The reason you want to set up multiple sequences is that you don't want to get flagged by the banks or the lenders for what's called credit seeking. Credit seeking is when they say, maybe this person needs credit a little bit too much. They're seeking for it. They're looking for it. They're fiending for it. In the world of credit, and I hate to say this, but it's so true, when you need it, they don't give it to you. It's when you don't need it that they give it to you. I can't explain it. If you guys have ever gone through that, when you didn't need a credit limit increase, like your business is doing good, they gave it to you. You're like, where did this come from? And then the time that you needed it to cover payroll, whatever it was, they just didn't give it to you. I can't explain it, but that's also the scent that you give off when you're rushing into one framework into another framework in that same sequence. So slow it down a little bit. You want to allow time for some of this organic spending to happen. You don't want to have too many new hard inquiries too fast. So you want to let them age, or at your discretion, you want to get them knocked off. So I'll let you kind of play around with which method you want to do. I tell my clients, go with whichever one you feel the most comfortable with. I'm not sure, Rad, if you would agree with me on that, or if you would just say, just knock them off.
Bro, 1,000%, man. You got to go with what you feel comfortable with.
So too many new accounts just opened. Remember what we said about the check system? And then you also want to see what you were approved for and what you were denied for. At that point, you can reapply, readjust, and reposition your business. All right, what's going on? Welcome to the channel. In this video, I am going to be breaking down the 8 pitfalls that you want to avoid when filling out a business credit card, business loan, business line of credit application. Some of these pitfalls I've been able to gather just by speaking to a lot of our clients inside of the Inside Inner Circle. So I went ahead and chose the most common ones that we continue to see that cause people to get denied or cause them to get weak limits over on the business credit side. And from just watching what people put on applications outside of our program and just gathering that data so that I can go ahead and share that with you guys. So I'm about to take you over to the other side so that we can dive deep and in depth on all 8 of these mistakes, what they are, what to do about them. So if you've been trying to get access to business credit, but you haven't been able to figure out why you keep getting denied, maybe your first business credit card, maybe your first business line of credit, $100,000, $250,000, whatever it is, you might find the answer in this video. And if it's not for you, then consider sharing this with a fellow business owner or entrepreneur that you know will find value in this content. Let's head over to the other side.
All right, so you never want to put these things on business credit card applications. Like I said, we have 8 of them. And so I want to warn you of this because this can make or break your business getting access to 100K. This can make or break your business getting access to its first business credit card. This can make or break your business getting access to some capital to get you through the next quarter, especially in uncertain times where we're potentially heading into a recession. Some people say we are, some people say we aren't. That's obviously up for your judgment with your business, what you want to do. So my whole goal with this is to share with you what's going to ultimately hinder your chances of getting access to this funding. So the first things first, and I see this a lot, right? And this is actually one of the first things that whenever I'm speaking to an entrepreneur, especially when they're starting out, they tend to do this, I call mistake. Maybe it's just ignorance. So let's go ahead and kind of break this down. Swapping your EIN with your social security number and vice versa, right? And so your EIN, the way that you want to look at it for the rest of your life, it is an employer identification number, but in just more common terms, what it is, it's essentially your business's social security number. The reason why this is important of why you want to use your EIN on business credit card applications, on vendor accounts, on supplier accounts, if maybe we're dealing more with net 30s or with like fleet cards for gas cards for your business, is because you ultimately want to start building out the same way that you would an individual's social. You want to start building out the credit profile, which in this case is the business credit profile for that business. And the way that you do that is by utilizing the EIN. Now, this is like a sidebar, side note. This is why I'm not the biggest fan. And if you speak to any strong business owner, they'll tell you, hey, we don't have a sole proprietorship set up, right? Look at the big corporations. Mimic what they do. What do they typically have? They have an LLC. They have a holding company. They're established as an S corp, as a C corp. They're incorporated. Rarely will you see someone who's driving some real business revenue as a sole prop. And the reason for that is because even though as a sole prop you can get yourself an EIN, you set up the DBA doing business as, you're not going to have that corporate veil set up between you, the individual, and the business, which is what you ultimately get with the EIN and the social security number. Taking that a step further, with the social security number, there's going to be some times when you're going to have to personally guarantee a product, which means that maybe your business doesn't have enough revenue just yet. Maybe you don't have any collateral that you could put up for maybe some asset-based lending, or if maybe, again, your business is a bit newer and your personal credit is well into the 700s and it has nice history on it and it's built out properly. At that point, you can use that personal credit as leverage to take you into deeper waters in terms of higher amounts of funding with your business. Even though your EIN is maybe less than 2 years old, or even if your EIN is a little bit older than 2 years old, but there's certain products that you may want to personally guarantee to get access to that, you still want to use the social security number, put it where the social goes, and put the EIN where it goes. I know that this may sound common sense to some of us that have maybe been, running a business for some time, but this simple mistake can cost you thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in business credit, which can ultimately help you scale your business. The second thing that you want to watch out for and never do on a business credit card, business loan, business line of credit application is you never want to put your DNB number, your Dun & Bradstreet number, where your EIN goes. Now, the difference between this and the social is pretty self-explanatory. And if you're not familiar with what a DNB number is, I'll give it to you right here. The DNB number, which is what you get from Dun & Bradstreet, which is the largest business credit bureau, right? So they give you, if you have one business, each business has one business, two business, three businesses, however many businesses you have. Each business should have its own EIN number. Each business should have its own DNB number, because remember, you're building out each credit profile individually. So for some of us with maybe a holding company, and we have 3 LLCs set up under it, or however you're structured, or if you just have 2 different businesses, remember, debt follows the EIN, and how you structure your business credit for the EIN is kind of like one-on-one the same of how you want to do with the DNB number in terms of letting that build out its own credit profile. And so when you start building out your DNB score, which again with Dun & Bradstreet, it's known as a paydex score, it ranges from 1 to 100. Anything between an 80 to 100, really anything over an 80, it's equivalent to being above a 700 credit score on the personal side, which is you're sitting like in good terms, right? And so the DNB is what you're going to use on certain applications, like with vendor accounts, your Ulines, your Grangers. If you have any suppliers that you typically maybe buy tools from every now and again, those applications, or really mainly those applications, will have a section where you have, hey, put your Dun and Bradstreet number here, put your EIN here, put your social here. A lot of people like to kind of mix the two up, kind of like how they would with the social. And what ends up happening is that either one, you can get that automatic denial. Two, it can weaken the limits that you get. And three, in some instances, it just slows down the entire process altogether, or you just don't get the credit that you desired, right? And it's because they don't know where to report it, because it's not matching what Dun & Bradstreet has in their database. So when these companies or these banks go to look at it, that's not what reflects. And that's why sometimes it'll come off like, hey, this could be a fraud attempt against this business owner. Let's just shut the application down altogether, even though it's you applying. The third thing, this is a bit more high level, but for those of us that have assets, you're thinking maybe real estate, you have land development that you're holding on to, you have equipment, you have business vehicles, you have business trucks in your business's name. Putting assets under one of the businesses that you're looking to secure lines of credit for can get your file flagged, and it can get you denied, right? And so let's slow this down. I'm not going to go too in depth with this, because obviously the way that you structure, that's your business, but it could harm you if you're trying to use that as leverage to maybe fund another business. Here's what I mean by that. We had a client inside of our program where they have five, or they essentially have now, they have more, now they have about 8, but they had 5 trucks, working trucks. So they had a couple of F-250s, and they had like 16 wheelers, right? And so what they try to do is they try to collateralize one of these 16 wheelers, right, into one of the banks that they were looking to ultimately use that funding for another business. Here was the issue though. One business was logistics, trucking, right? The other business that they had was makeup. And so this couple, they were trying to kind of do 2 things at the same time, right? Which there's nothing wrong with that. They're scaling 2 businesses at the same time. They had the trucking business / transportation, and then they were trying to scale like their makeup brand that they had, where they figured out like an organic remedy, and they were trying to put that out into the marketplace, right? Without going into too much detail. So what they try to do was they try to go to a lender, and they said, hey, we can use the truck that's over here on this side to try to collateralize for, you know, the business over here on this side, since it was a brand new business. It got flagged and it got denied. A lot of lenders like to see separation. Had that, let's say, working truck been placed under on the LLC for the makeup business, then at that point you have a likelier chance, likelihood of getting approved for funding over on this side, on this column, versus it happening over here with the trucking business. And so can you still get funding if you collateralize asset-based lending? 100%. You just want to make sure that when you're setting it up, a lot of lenders like to see it on the column that it belongs to, because if, let's say, business B, makeup business, defaults, at that point, that's ripping into this column over here, which you have a UCC filing not placed over on this truck that we tried to use as collateral. And at that point, it can get messy, which is why lenders don't even like to touch those files. Banks will say, hey, no, unless it's over here on this side, we can't do anything about it. Underselling or overselling personal income. This one right here happens more often than you think, because your natural tendency is, hey, the more income that I put on an application, the higher the chances I have of getting approved. In theory, that is true, right? Because banks, lenders, they tend to lend out in ratios, debt to income ratios, DTI, similar to kind of how they will lend out if you're trying to purchase a home, right? Like your debt servicing ratio, things like that. But what ends up happening is, I'll deal first with the underselling part. If you undersell your income in terms of if you put a number that's maybe smaller than what you're trying to chew for the business credit that you're trying to get, because remember, your business credit card and business lines of credit applications have 2 sections. They'll have your personal income section as the owner, and then they'll have the business income section as the business revenue, right? So with the personal income side, when you're underselling it, what ends up happening is that you'll put, let's say that you're making $80K a year,
But what you don't realize is that, or what some people don't realize, is that it's actually asking for total household income, right? So this could include things like stocks. This could include things like retirement funds. This could include things like pensions. This could include things like alimony, in addition to whatever income you have. Taking that a step further, if maybe your total household income or household is maybe you and a spouse, you and a significant other, and let's say you guys are filing your taxes together, or you guys can show proof that, hey, we are, let's say, filing joint, and let's say combined income, husband is at 100, wife is at 100K, as an example. We're now at $200,000. That's income that you can then put, versus if you were to just put 100K, right? And so it's all about knowing how to properly structure an application when you are trying to get funding for your business. Let's tackle the other side though. When you're overselling your income, so if, let's say, typically banks, once you're above that 250 range for a personal income that you're claiming, that's, and again, this varies by bank, right? Don't take this to the grave because it varies by bank. It also varies the type of information that you put on your application. But if typically when you put over 250 on an application for personal income, they're normally going to start asking for tax returns at that point, because at that point it's higher than the typical baseline or threshold that they feel comfortable with lending. Now, again, some sidebars to this is, if you already have a relationship with the bank or the lender, they could usually sidestep that, or they won't be as strict. If you already have some significant cash sitting in the bank, so we had a client that they already had 30K coming in every month for the last 6 months into their main bank, and when they went to go put that they had 300K in terms of their personal revenue, they never asked for tax documents. And so there's always side steps and exceptions to the rule, which is why I wanted to bring that up to your attention as well. Next one, business revenue can flag an underwrite or auto denials. And again, similar to what I just finished breaking down with the personal credit side, usually once you go over that 425, 450 threshold over on the business side for revenue, that's when you start to see banks and credit unions. And again, this also depends on the size of the credit union and the size of the bank. But typically with grade A banks, once you go over that 450, that's when they typically start to ask you for either bank statements, what type of transactions are these? Are these cash transactions? Or these maybe statements in terms of checks that are being written to you, invoices? How many clients do you have? That's when they start looking into more of that side of it. And then when you are claiming over that 425, 450 threshold, they could also start saying, hey, do you have a P&L, profit and loss statement? Do you have a tax document? Now, I know that a lot of business owners that watch my content and a lot of business owners that are inside of our program, you guys are crushing it, right? So you guys are well above that. We have clients in our side of our program that are well above that 7-figure mark. So you guys have no issues, because I've spoken to you. You have no issues providing that. I'm talking about those of us that we want to kind of bend the application more than what we can bite off, which again, can get into some serious trouble doing it that way, which is why I make these videos, so that you don't have to go through those troubles, so that you don't have to suffer the way that most people do when they're just messing it up. So this can flag an automatic underwrite, and in some instances, or in most instances, if you can't provide that, or if they just see, hey, this number is totally exaggerated, it's just going to be an automatic denial. Now, if you're wondering, well, how would they know if this number is exaggerated? Look, the algorithms are getting really smart, right? And so they can track just off of simple soft pulls, soft credit checks, looking into databases like LexisNexis, for one, looking at the EWS early warning system, your pass. And so if you've had a history of getting your bank accounts closed out because of overdraft, because of late fees, internal late fees, not even necessarily saying late payments that were reported to the credit bureaus, just late fees, kind of like if you were late on a US bank card and they charge you an internal late fee, or even Bank of America does this, they charge you an internal late fee, that stuff gets posted. And remember, with the early warning system, that's governed by over 7 of the biggest banks in the world. And they created that to service over 3,500 banks and credit unions to help mitigate some of their losses, or some of the risk rather,
that they get from dealing with, let's say, customers or potential clients that haven't shown strong financials in the past. And so if you're wondering how can they actually know, it's by looking at your personal information and then taking that a step further. If you really wanted to get really technical with it, they can also take a look at the industry average, right? And so this will also vary, right? This is like a geekier data point for those of us that care about numbers. But if, let's say, you are in the middle of Los Angeles, you run a landscaping business, it is your first year in business, we put that our projected revenue is going to be $700K. But in that, let's say, specific zip code or in that area, they ran the numbers according to the NAICS code for the business that you're applying for. And typically, first year in business is like $200K, right? And so at that point, the math isn't adding up. So that's when they'll make a pretty much a decision. Hey, is this a business that we want to do a manual underwrite under, which at that point, let's see some tax stocks, let's see some profit and loss statements, or let's just go ahead and deny the whole thing altogether. At that point, you went through the entire application, you went through the hard inquiry, you went through the applying process, and you were flagged, you were denied. I don't want you to be one of those people. Wrong NAICS codes for your line of work. I'm going to kind of attach this to what I just finished breaking down with the landscaping business because it is important. Let's say you run a landscaping business, but you're using the wrong NAICS code, which again, you can find NAICS codes. You can Google them. Hey, NAICS code for, let's say, business consulting, NAICS codes for landscaping, NAICS codes for mechanics, right? And the list goes on and on. But what you have to keep in mind is that there's different subcategories of NAICS codes. I've broken this down in previous videos where in real estate, you have subcategories of real estate. So you have real estate developer, that's a different NAICS code. You'll have real estate broker, that's a different NAICS code. You have real estate appraiser, that's a different NAICS code. You have real estate property manager, that's a different NAICS code. Even though it's inside of the same industry, the subcategory can drastically change between it being considered a high risk or a low risk. And so with the NAICS code and picking the wrong NAICS code, one of two things can happen, or two things if we really screw this up. The first one we just finished breaking down, which is essentially the high risk industry, right? Or a high risk category. What that means is you end up potentially looking to a lender like your business is going to either default. It can look like it is a business with a higher liability, meaning the likelihood of it maybe having higher insurance, the likelihood of it having a crazy high cost versus the margins that you may have, or the possibilities of that business getting sued versus maybe another type of business that's considered low risk is a type of business that they may not want to lend to because they feel like they may not get that money back from what they lended over to you as well. And then the second part of that, which we kind of broke down earlier, is the income. Again, if you have an NAICS code that is maybe in a category where the average revenue that business generates in a specific demographic is no higher than 120K, and then you are applying and you're putting, projected business revenue $400,000, that can also get flagged, or you could just get weaker limits altogether versus having picked the right NAICS code. Next, and we're almost done here, but this is so important, applying for the wrong type of business funding. I really want to slow this part down right here because I see business owners do this all the time. They'll see a post on IG, on Instagram, they'll see something on Facebook, they'll see something on TikTok, they'll see someone do a review on a card or on a product like a business line of credit here on YouTube, and then they'll think, oh, that looks good. I should probably try to apply for that and hopefully get 100K. Or I should try to apply for that and hopefully get $35,000. Like, whatever it is. What a lot of business owners fail to realize, and again, I don't think that they do this intentionally. I really do believe that most people are coming from a good place, at least when they put out the content. But what most people fail to realize is that when you are trying to apply for funding, you want to look at the landscape kind of like a chess board, right? So you have to be very strategic about how you sequence your funding. And so You can't necessarily just go out and start shotgunning a bunch of applications, because that could be seen as credit phishing. And then what ends up happening is you just get those auto denials. You can't just go out and try to apply for a business line of credit with maybe Chase if we don't have the relationship set up, we don't have the business revenue just yet, we haven't been in business for over 6 months, right? Automatic denials. And then what ends up happening is that also can throw you into their system, where they say, hey, this business tried to come, 6 months back when you try to apply, and the last thing you want to do is you don't want to be blacklisted, and you don't want to be put on some of these systems like the EWS early warning system, where now it's really difficult for you to kind of dig yourself out of that. So this is why you want to move accordingly. Maybe you're trying to apply and your credit isn't necessarily clean just yet. Maybe you're trying to apply for a no doc loan when your credit is shot, or you're trying to apply for a full doc loan, like a 2-year tax return type of maybe a loan or a business line of credit, and your business is barely generating 40, 50K just yet, right? So this is why you want to watch all the pieces on the board, which in this case is you want to see how your business is structured. You want to be real with how good your personal credit is and how good your business credit is, because sometimes you'll have lenders and you'll have business banking or business banks that'll take a look at both scores together. And so they'll take a look at, again, that business credit score, and they'll take a look at that personal score, kind of like what happens with the FICO SPSS. And then they do like a merge type of funding for you, right? And so you want to take a look at all the pieces. How's my business structured? Do I have the LLC? Is it a sole prop? Okay, we know that, let's say Bank XYZ only deals with LLCs, or even if it's a credit union within a 50-mile radius of the branch. Okay, this is maybe one that I want to go to in person versus trying to apply online. Okay, well, I know that Chase is more inquiry sensitive, and I know that Chase is more a new account sensitive. So maybe let me put Chase at the top of the list of big banks that I want to establish a relationship with, and maybe I can put credit unions more toward the bottom of the list because they tend to be a bit more lenient. It's all about knowing how to properly structure it and applying for the right funding at the right time. And then last but not least, the legal name of your business doesn't match all of your databases. This one right here kept a client of ours from getting access to 130K in business funding. Everything was right. They had a 750 credit score. They had been in business for 4 years and counting, right? They're still in business. They had some assets that they could have collateralized if they wanted to, which for them, they were going to go more off of just stated income and projected revenue, which they can also back up if they wanted it to, right? Their business was doing pretty well. It was doing over $750,000 a year consecutively over the last 2.5 years. And again, they could have proven it with docs. Here was the issue. When they went to go apply for the business line of credit with their main bank, they ended up getting a red flag. And the red flag was they were denied. So to their surprise, they were thinking, why were we denied? If we had been here when we pretty much opened up the checking accounts on the personal side, which was even a longer relationship, and the business side, which again had been right around that 4-year mark when they had that LLC established. And what they found out was they went through a name change early in their company because they realized that they were in that high risk industry, right? And so they went through the name change, but they hadn't changed it everywhere else. And so it hadn't reported across all the databases. So what ended up happening was if your name, business name, legal name doesn't match the Secretary of State, doesn't match the IRS, with your EIN, that's going to be an automatic denial. Or it could just slow you down, right? The good thing would be if it slows you down because it gives you a chance to say, hey, let me get you the documents that you need. The part that sucks is when you're automatically denied. The other part of that, though, is that when information isn't also, clarified across different industries. They say that the IRS updates businesses, right? So they'll update, let's say, Experian. There's technically update Dun & Bradstreet, Small Business Financial Exchange. I always tell my clients, hey, you may want to take that extra step and just make sure that it's reporting and reflecting across the board. Always pay attention to how your business credit profile looks. Make sure that the business bank account name matches what's on your Secretary of State. Make sure your Secretary of State matches what they have over at Dun & Bradstreet, what they have over at Experian, what they have over at Small Business Financial Exchange. Sometimes you can't necessarily change it by just calling in, especially on the business side, like you can typically do on the personal side. But what you could do is when you open a new account, so let's say if it's a vendor account, make sure that that new vendor account
has the right information, because that information is going to reflect over on your business credit profiles.
This video that you're about to see is actually a training that I dropped a few months back that got a ton of positive feedback. So if you haven't seen it, this is going to be your chance to see it for the first time. And if you've already seen it, then this is going to be a great refresher. Enjoy.
Business Credit Stack Like a Pro, Business Funding Strategies training. I am excited about this training because if there's one question that I get asked more often than not is, Irv, how do I business credit stack? Is it legit? How should I go about doing it? Does it actually work? Is it efficient? And so in this training, I'm going to be breaking down a couple of things, but really what I hope to do is I want to help you think differently about the funding and how you actually want to set it up for your business. Now, the focal point that you're going to get is I'm going to give you my lens of how we walk our clients through their funding rounds, their funding sequences. And so the consensus that you'll get in this training is going to be all of that data compiled into this piece of content that you're going to get now. So I've seen more files, business credit profiles, and personal credit profiles than I know what to do with. And so you're getting a real boots on ground analysis of how this actually works. Now, the second thing that I want to bring up is there's levels to business credit stacking. I think that a lot of people, what they know and what they kind of get stuck on is just credit cards. There's a whole nother world outside of the 0% business credit cards. A lot of clients that we get in, they'll maybe start with the 0% business credit cards, but then we ultimately help them scale beyond that because there's another world to it. You have vehicle and equipment financing, you have business lines of credit, you have business term loans, you have SBA loans. And so we help them stack those products and really take this thing to the next level. So with that in mind, here's what we are going to cover in this training: what business credit stacking actually is, the different levels of business credit stacking, funding frameworks and funding sequences. So this is going to be how you may want to think about setting yours up, which is how we set it up for our clients, in the time frame of how we're helping them get access to these credit lines, how to set up your business funding rounds the right way. So this is how you ultimately want to scale and ramp up, and then the pitfalls to avoid along the way that will get you denied. So big no-nos to avoid along the way. So with that in mind, let's get to work. So what is business credit stacking? This is the process of submitting multiple business or multiple credit card applications in a specific order with multiple banks in order to get access to large amounts of unsecured capital. So this right here is what a typical credit stacking layout looks like. And this is going to be Bank A, approved for a 0% business credit card. Bank B, you got approved for a 0% business credit card. And then Bank C, you got approved for a 0% business credit card. In a nutshell, that's what credit stacking is. And so if we wanted to take it a step further, we would say Bank A pulled from TransUnion, Bank B pulled from Experian Credit Bureau, and then Bank C pulled from the Equifax Credit Bureau. So that way you're kind of staggering, so to speak, your hard inquiries. But I wanted to really take it a step further and show you the different levels of credit stacking, or business credit stacking, I should say, because this is just going to be based around on the business side, not on the personal side of business credit stacking, of how the levels start to look when you start to scale up your funding. So you have what I call your beginner or entry level, which is what you may start out as and what you maybe tend to see a little bit more of, just because it's maybe the easiest route to get, right? It's the easiest approvals you can get. It's what I call low-hanging fruit. So this is just one 0% business credit card, maybe at each bank or credit union that you're applying for. So I'll give you an example. This is a $20,000 0% business credit card at Bank A or Credit Union A, and a $20,000 0% business credit card at Bank B or Credit Union B. Now, the reason why I'm saying and or is because you can do a maybe funding round, just credit unions. You can do a funding round, just banks. You can have a blend where it's banks and credit unions. So you would insert your bank, right? So insert Bank A, Chase, insert Bank B, Wells Fargo, as an example. Insert Credit Union, Navy Federal, A, Credit Union B would be PenFed, as an example. So the total for this funding round, which again is a beginner, entry level, 2 products, $40K, and that's based off of $20,000 from each bank. Now, the novice level, or like a step above that, is when you have multiple 0% business credit cards at each bank or credit union. So an example of that would be two $20,000 0% business credit cards at Bank A and two $20,000 0% business credit cards at Bank B. So this would put us at a total of $80,000 for this funding round, with it being $40,000 at each bank. Hopefully you're following so far. Now, this is where things start to get a little bit more advanced right here.
Hope you're enjoying the content. Really quickly, if you are a business owner and you are trying to not just get access to working capital, but you're trying to put a system into place that allows you to get working capital at scale, we'll love to talk to you. Go ahead and book a demo with us. We'll take a look at where you're at and where you're looking to go. InsideInnerCircle.com, down in the description and pinned as a comment. Let's continue on with the video.
Not too crazy, but it starts to get a little bit more advanced. 0% business credit cards, and you now have BLOCs, which are business lines of credit at each bank or credit union. So a real world example of this is right here. Two $20,000 0% business credit cards, one $45,000 business line of credit at Bank A or Credit Union A, one $20,000 0% business credit card, and one $45,000 business line of credit at Bank B or Credit Union B, for a grand total of $150,000 in this more advanced style of funding, with 85 coming from Bank A and 65 coming from Bank B. I'm probably wondering, why would a business need a revolving business line of credit versus just loading up on a bunch of business credit cards? Well, with business lines of credit, you're able to draw cash from it, meaning the amount of money that you get from a business line of credit, that fund actually hits your account. So the way that I want you to see it is the same way that you can see the amount of money inside of a savings and you can draw from it and maybe use that to transfer or wire out for a project or wire out for a big deal that you're landing or to pay out contractors, is the same way that it works for the business line of credit side, right? You can actually use that draw. That's real cash value. The way that differs, let me close that thought out before I get into this, because the way that differs, you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, can't you do that with the business credit card? You can't do that with the business credit card, because you'll either get hit with a cash advance, with the cash advance fee, which are pretty pricey, or the second route, which is what a lot of people want to do, is they'll maybe do a credit card liquidation. Now, banks are becoming privy to credit card liquidations. And so this is when somebody wants to run a business credit line through a friend's merchant account. And you may say, well, there's nothing illegal about that, but you're playing in the gray area. And anytime that you're playing in the gray area with the bank, if and when they catch on to it, they just say, you know what? We don't really want to deal with this type of client. And so let's close out, because we know that they're trying to game the system. Let's just go ahead and close out their accounts. And by the way, you still owe the balance to us for that amount that you liquidated. And when you pay us back, we don't want to do any business with you, which is why you eventually want to graduate from that thought. Like legit business owners eventually have to graduate from the thought of just using business credit cards and trying to liquidate them to try to find the next flip. And you want to really get good at setting up your business the right way, which is the whole purpose of this training and why this channel exists, so that you can get access to the ocean of funding products that are out there: term loans, SBA products, business lines of credit, business credit cards, equipment financing, the whole 9 yards. I don't want anyone that I work with to settle for just getting access to business credit cards and then having to be in a circus trying to see, okay, how can I liquidate it because now I need to go buy a real estate deal. No. Get access to an actual business line of credit that we can use, because that's actual cash value that you can use to fund a project, to cover payroll. So with that in mind, if you're wondering, how does interest work on it? You only pay interest on the amount that you use. So if you use 10K on a 50K BLOC, then you're only paying interest on the 10K. Once that 10K is paid back, you have access to that revolving line again, so the full 50. So what I like about business lines of credit and why I like to stack them is because even though there's a time and a place for term loans, once you use a term loan, you have to then go out and apply for another term loan. But with the business line of credit, if I use 50K for a project, and let's say I get an invoice and I make that money back the following month and some, especially for like construction or like a real estate deal that I flipped my way in and out of, then I have access to that 50K line again next month. And the cool thing about it is you can also build that up. So the same way that you can build out a credit limit on the business credit card side, where if you started off with maybe a 30K limit, you used it for a couple months, and then all of a sudden they ascended you, and now you have access to a 45K limit because they bumped that limit up. Same thing happens on the business line of credit side, which is cool. Now with BLOCks, and I kind of hinted at it earlier, but you can use it to fund real estate deals, purchase material and equipment and supplies, fund payroll for employees or contractors, and you can front load future projects and bids versus having to wait to get paid out, or having to wait to get access to, or having to dive into your reserves or get access to that capital from this project, and you're scrambling around to then throw it into this project. With the credit line, I can just, okay, let me future pace it. Let me pick up that project and that project right there, because I know that once I get this net 45 paid out, I'm good to go, and I can just pay this account down and then go into my next project. It's a much easier way to scale. So funding frameworks. This is how you structure your funding for any given round. Now, the frameworks are specific to your business's geographic location. So this is where the business is operating. The revenue, this is either projected or true tax return numbers. Your industry / or line of work. So this is the classification of the business being funded. The credit profile, both on the personal and on the business side, and the entity structure. Now, before I bring in this last piece of what a funding framework isn't, is I want to say this. I also want you to think of a funding framework as the products and the banks that are going to be used to acquire the funding. That's what a funding framework is. So in a simple form, aside from this, is if I know I'm in the real estate space and I need access to $75,000 for maybe some Airbnb projects that I have coming up, then I am going to go after Bank A, Bank B, and Bank C. That, in a nutshell, is a funding framework. So wanted to add some additional clarity on that. So as you're thinking through it, you're able to see how this all pieces together. Now, a funding framework is not a one-size-fits-all. I know that we like to pretend it is. I know that sometimes we surf on YouTube trying to get content. Heck, I'm out here putting out content for you. But the reason why I wanted you to know this piece is because I don't want you to get disappointed if what you tried for one LLC doesn't work for your second LLC, if maybe you have multiple entities, right? Reason for that is because the way that one entity is structured is going to have a completely different, the bank is going to have a completely different lending appetite for maybe if you have a real estate business versus you having a consulting business. Some banks may not want to touch the real estate business, but they'll want to go all in on the consulting, or vice versa. Some banks may say real estate or agriculture. Yeah, we can touch that. Let's rock. As a matter of fact, these are some of the products that we have specific to that business if you're investing in this area. Always good to know. And that's why I always tell our clients, hey, the way that you fund one business isn't always the way that you fund the second business, which is why you really want to know what you're doing inside and out, which is as you're setting up your funding frameworks, we always like to remind them of this piece right here, so that way you can reverse engineer it and then insert it into whatever it is that you're doing. So when it comes to a funding sequence, this is going to be the cadence or the timeline of how you go about with your funding frameworks. So remember what I mentioned earlier, that if I'm hitting Bank A, Bank B, and Bank C, that's my funding framework. My funding sequence is I'm hitting those banks and I'm looking to get access to this capital in the next 30 to 60 days. That's my sequence. That's my cadence. That's like my timeline, which is what you see here. In case you're wondering, what's the little image on there? I'm going to break it down for us here in a minute. An example of that is you plan on getting $75,000 in business credit or working capital. Then you'll most likely need two funding frameworks or two sets of funding frameworks. If, again, we're playing a bit more, I would say conservative, and that'll take us about 90 to about 120 days. And that's more conservative. Could be way more than this. We're just giving ballpark numbers here, right? And so the way that this breaks down is the following. Bank A, Bank B, and Bank C, let's say we'll hit it right here. And let's say we get a grand total of 50K. We're going to have this rest and pause period. Now you're probably wondering, Irv, what is the purpose of a rest or a pause period? Why are we doing that? There's a couple things, like a philosophy that I have with this. And I want to give you my train of thought on it. Really twofold. Number one is I always like to see what was approved, what was denied, and how can we reassess. before moving on to the next funding round, is there something on the first funding round? So let's say we went to Chase and they denied us for a business line of credit. And we know for a fact there's no way we should have been denied for a business line of credit. The business was dialed in. We provided tax returns. We flexed our liquidity muscle, which means we had about 15K sitting in the account. We have a 780 credit score. I've been banking with them for 2 years. There's no way we should have been denied. And so I am maybe hitting the reconsideration line. I'm speaking directly to a business banker, and I'm saying, okay, why were we denied? And I'm actually getting a thorough case of why we were denied. Oftentimes you'll see, oh, the reason you were denied was because the address that you put on here. Is this your address? No, that's not my address. My address is 123 Main Street. You guys had 123 ABC Street. That's my old address. Oh, sorry about that. Let's resubmit the application. And it doesn't cost you another inquiry. Versus if you would have kept going into maybe your next funding round, you would have burned another inquiry or you would have opened another account. Now Chase sees that, and when you try to go back, they'll say, okay, at this point, you're just credit fishing, or you have way too many accounts you're opening up too fast, because they're more, one, inquiry sensitive, and two, they're more new account sensitive. And so the less accounts that they see opened, the better it is in your case. Once you get access to that credit line, you can then go in and get access to future credit lines, right? So that's the first thought behind why you want to rest and pause here. The second reason is because, like anything else, you have access to this newfound capital. So not like anything else, where do we deploy it? If you have a legitimate plan, before you go out and you start aggressively trying to acquire capital without knowing where it's going to go, because debt is, I like to refer to debt as a weapon. It can work for you or against you. Okay, we know for a fact that these next two projects are going to run us right around 45K. We have access to 50. Let's deploy this out into the market, and then let's move into our second funding round. So then we would hit either the second set of products at the same banks, or another 3 banks. So banks E, F, G. So we did ABC. We'll do banks D, E, F as an example, and then we'll rinse and repeat the process. Now, I do have some reasons for why you want to set up multiple funding rounds in these sequences. Is you don't want to get flagged by banks and lenders for what they call credit seeking, which is what I just broke down with Chase. You start to look desperate to them. This allows time for some organic spending with those new accounts. So there's nothing better and healthier to a bank than, let's say I have a business line of credit and I get access to that 35K line. I use 5K for payroll. I was able to receive my accounts for some projects that we did. We then pay off that account. I'm back up to a 100 or to 0% utilization, meaning all my accounts are paid off. They see, wait a minute, this person, or this business rather, has been, they've been with us for 30, 60 days. They've used up, let's say, less than 20% of the allotted amount, and they've paid it right back. That's how they start then measuring you as a risk indicator of they've been responsible. Let's bump them up a little bit more. Let's do 50. Okay, let's bump them up a little bit more. Let's do 65. And then what you can do to take it to the next level, I don't have it on here, but every 90 days you can go in for quarterly. Reviews. And so what you do is, hey, last 3 months, last 90 days when I came, I know that I mentioned my numbers were at 25K a month. We've actually doubled since, and we're actually at 50K a month. Here's my bank statements over the last 90 days, or here's some of the deposits that I've done into this account. And so I wanted you guys to review it so that we can, we have some big projects coming up. And so I wanted you guys to do a manual review so that we can go back out and acquire bigger projects, because I want to keep doing business with you. Awesome. You'd be surprised how many times a product gets bumped up without you having to burn an inquiry or having to go out and fish for more credit, just off that simple conversation and actually having documents and a legitimate business to actually prove that. You'll get a bump. Sometimes it's 100% bump, so you'll go from 25 to 50, 50 to 100. Sometimes it's smaller, sometimes it's 50 to 75, but it's usually easier to fish inside of the same, what I say, pond than it is to try to go out into an open ocean, right? So that's why I like having the organic spend on there. Next up is having too many new hard inquiries too quickly. That's a big red flag to the banks. Banks monitor too many new accounts that just opened. If you're wondering how do they do that, they use SPFE. They use not CoreLogic. They use SageStream on the personal side, because remember, you're personally guaranteeing all of these products. They use early warning systems as well, or early warning service, I should say, as well. EWS. They use them. And then lastly, you want to see what was approved and what was denied, and then readjust, which is what I broke down on that piece. So if you missed it, rewind, I'd say 2-3 minutes prior and just listen to that sequence of how I broke that down, because that is crucial. Lastly is the pitfalls that you want to avoid when you are setting up or when you're going after your business credit stacking, is that you're not submitting the right applications in the proper order. The next pitfall that I see is you're applying with improperly set up businesses. And so if you have an LLC, you have an EIN number that maybe doesn't match. Maybe I'll give you an example, real world example. We had a business owner that they were trying to apply for business credit, and they had actually changed the structure of their business. And so they went from a single member to a multi-member LLC. They made some actual structural changes inside of their LLC that required them to get a new EIN. They were still applying with the old EIN, even though that new EIN had been issued. And so the bank was like, wait a minute, like this business is like non-existent anymore. There's a new EIN attached to this LLC. And that's why they kept getting denied, which is, to some people, it may be the smallest thing, but to the bank, it makes all the difference, which is why you always want to pay attention to how my business is structured. Super important. Banks or lending institutions don't have lending appetite for your industry. I see this all the time when people are going after real estate, construction, trucking, manufacturing, e-commerce. A lot of banks don't like to touch it, at least the way that they're set up, or at least the way that they're positioned to the eyes of the bank. And so you have two options: reposition the business properly, which, depending on when I drop this video, we have a separate video, separate training coming out just for that here on YouTube. Or the second way that you can do it is just find a different bank that truly wants to deal with your line of work or your business. And so never hurts to go in, sit down. I tell my clients this all the time. Whether you're working with our business bankers that we have vetted inside of our program, inside of our network, or when you are going out to meet with the business banker, flat out ask them, what type of businesses do you guys mainly composed in your lending portfolio? That's huge to know, because if I see that they are real estate, construction, trucking, this is my home. If I see that it's consulting, education, and health, may not be the place for me, regardless of what I'm seeing online, because again, no two businesses are alike. So just because somebody else got approved for it doesn't mean your business is going to get approved for it. Sometimes you're always 1 or 2 questions away from seeing if it's going to be worth your time or not, because your time as a business owner is valuable. Applying for too many credit lines too quickly, so this is known as shotgunning applications. You want to space them out properly. Remember the cadence, 30 to right around a 60-day cadence per funding round. Next is submitting mismatching information on multiple credit applications. Banks are going to red flag that all day. So if my name is Urban Pena and I am a junior and I leave the junior out on the applications, and Social Security office has me as junior, the DMV office has me as junior, my state records, my birth certificate has me as junior, and I leave off junior on the application, that'll get me flagged. If I am a business owner and I am on the operating agreement, but I'm not on the articles of organization for whatever reason, and I go to present that to the bank, they say, wait a minute, there's mismatching information here. Are you or are you not an owner? Yeah, I'm on the operating agreement. Well, you're not on the articles of organization. Okay, let's go update that right now with the state. Next up, second to last, is filling out the credit application information incorrectly. Wherever you see, and we have a full training on this, I'll probably pin it in this video, but wherever you see questions on the credit application, you want to see what it is that you're filling out. You have the personal part of the business credit application, and then you have the business part of the business credit application. I see a lot of times where business owners, where it says income, they'll put their personal income, which is where the business revenue goes. And I know that you're probably thinking, Irv, that's so elementary. Who doesn't know that? You'd be surprised, because people aren't dealing with this day in, day out. They may be good at what they do, but when it comes to this, it's maybe another language to them, right? Or even the other side of it, when they're asking you for collateral or they're asking you for assets. If you have a business, and this is, I want to say not uncommon, but it's definitely a little bit less common depending on your level of business, and you're maybe trying to go for like a corporate guarantee, or you're trying to kind of like cross-pollinate your businesses, you want to be really careful with that, because I'll see where a business owner they have real estate that they try to put up as collateral, but the LLC, I'm sorry, or the real estate is inside of another entity. And sometimes when you try to cross-pollinate that and you don't actually tell the bank what it is that you're doing, they're going to look it up on county, or they're going to look it up wherever that transaction occurred, and they're going to see, wait a minute, it's attached to another entity, or it's attached to another company. So if you don't let them know ahead of time what it is that you're doing, one, you'll get denied altogether, or two, they just may say, wait a minute, this is a fraudulent application. And so if you're trying to use maybe an asset, and there's a certain way you want to set it up, but if you're trying to use an asset from another business or from another corporation, let them know, hey, look, I own these assets on this column. These are the titles. These are the deeds. I am part owner in that business, and we want to see if we can use that as collateral moving into maybe this business. Again, that's more of that's a bit more higher level. That right there is more of a corporate guarantee versus just a personal guarantee. But it is a game that you can start venturing into as you start to scale. And then lastly, applying with a weak or thin credit profile. I'd say if you have to typically ask, what does the credit need to be for you to apply for a funding product, your credit's probably too low. And I say that with love. Like, believe me, I've been there before. I see it all the time. Where does my credit need to be? If you're asking that, your credit's probably too low. And so typically whenever I see somebody asking that, their credit's in the low 600s. If it's anything less than 680, less than 3 accounts on your credit profile, primary accounts, not AUs, authorized users, primary accounts, and you have, I'd say, with the average account of being less than 3K, then it is a weak, thin profile. You want it to be well above 3 accounts. You want the age to be well above 3 years, like the rules of 3. Above 3 years, above 3 primary accounts, and above 3K on average for all of your accounts. That's typically when you want to start venturing into personally guaranteeing on behalf of your business. Anything prior to that, I would highly recommend keep building out your personal credit first before you try to maybe business credit stack, because that's when you start getting those weak limits like $1,000, $2,000. That's gone like this in business. So that is essentially it when it comes to business credit stacking like a pro. I wanted to give you the ins and the outs, what to expect realistically, and also how to set it up, and hopefully a framework that you can scale into versus maybe just playing at a lower level, which is just business credit cards, and having to feel like you constantly have to liquidate stuff when there is an open sea of legitimate products that you can use to truly scale your business to that next level.
If you have a business and you've been wondering which cards to go for in this year, then you're in the right place, because that's exactly what we're going to be breaking down. Now, we're going to be grading each of these based off of 3 key metrics. We're going to be looking at how easy they are to get, the average limits each of them give out, and the overall banking options apart from the credit card itself. This means that we're going to be taking a look at all the products, not just the credit cards that each of these banks have to offer that you can graduate to in things like business loans, business lines of credit, and even business vehicle financing. So you're essentially getting a 3-for-1 in this video, where we're breaking down the banks, we're breaking down the credit cards, and we're breaking down real-time data points. Now let's start it off with a popular choice, which is going to be Chase. Now the 2 main products that business owners fall in love with Chase is going to be their Inc. Business Unlimited and their Inc. Business Cash. Now, if you're familiar with these 2 business credit cards, then you know you can get 0% interest for up to 12 months for each of them. But apart from the 2 business credit cards, there's a few things that I personally like with Chase that we've seen success in whenever we're coaching our clients. And that's going to be some B-locks that our clients have been able to get access to. Now, if you're wondering, how long do I have to be in business in order for me to get access to that? Here's how it breaks down. If you've been in business for at least 2 years, meaning your LLC, your S-Corp is at least 2 years of age or older, then you're able to apply for the business line of credit with Chase. Now, the cool thing about this that makes them a little bit different from other banks is that you don't need the longest relationship with them. Here's what I mean by that. Some banks require for you to be in business with them for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years before they even offer options like this. With Chase, as long as your business is over 2 years old, then you're able to apply for that business line of credit. Now, if you're wondering, Irv, are they going to ask for my tax returns? Are they going to ask for my bank statements? Here's what we've noticed, again, off of all the files that we've helped underwrite with our clients. As long as that business is over 2 years old and you have what I would refer to as A1 credit, at least a 750 or greater with at least 5 or more accounts on your personal credit, because you are going to be personally guaranteeing it, then you can get up to $250K no doc, meaning you're not going to have to present your tax returns. Now, before I go any further, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that they may or may not ask for that tax return on the back end. We're just going based off of the case studies that we have laid out. Remember, banks are always changing up their rules and their guidelines. So one of the best ways to find this out is by walking directly into the bank and speaking to one of their business bankers. Now, Chase offers something that I don't think enough business owners take advantage of, and that's known as the reallocation rule. Here's how this works. Let's say that I have a Chase Business Inc. card. I have two Chase Business Inc. card. One's 20K and the other one is 25K. Let's say that I'm looking to make a big purchase that's over the total amount that I have for both my cards, but I want to put it on one card. So let's say it's a 30K purchase. Rather than splitting it 20K and 25K, I can move the limits from one card to the other. So let's say that I move 10K from one of the Chase Business Inc. cards over to the other. That now puts me at $35,000. Now, the cool thing about this is that you can also do this on the personal side, but you can also play this game over on the business side. Then you can rinse and repeat the process within that 0% intro window, which is a super cool thing to do. Now, the easiest way to get into Chase from what we've seen is by having the following. You want to establish a banking relationship with Chase. They're heavy on the liquidity side, which means you want to have at least $3,000 or more in either a business checking account or in a business savings account. Now, Chase also has something known as the 524 rule, and that means that you can't have more than 5 new accounts within the last 24 months. But the cool thing about this is that that rule becomes obsolete if 1, you apply through a business banker, or number 2, if you're going for business credit lines or business credit cards altogether. Now, in terms of difficulty for getting approvals or how much you can expect to get on your credit lines, I would not be looking at Chase as my first business credit line, especially if you have a weaker credit profile. Nothing below 5 accounts. Again, you can give this a shot yourself. I'm giving you based off of what we've seen. Nothing below 5 main trade lines reporting on your FICO score. If you have less than a 720, the same time last year, I probably would have said 700 would have done the trick. Nothing less than a 720 at the time of this recording. Our clients are seeing anywhere between 15 to about 35K in approvals with Chase per card. Next up, we have American Express. American Express is a super popular choice for a lot of entrepreneurs, whether you're a startup or you are an existing business. You have your Business Blue Plus, you have your Business Blue Cash, you have your Business Platinum, Business Plum, Business Gold, and Business Green. Now, I personally like the Business Platinum, the Business Gold, and the Business Plum, which is the ones that I've used in my own business. But something that makes American Express a little different from your traditional financial institutions is they don't just stop at credit cards. They have charge cards. So remember the products that I mentioned earlier, which is your Gold, your Green, your Plum? Yeah, those are charge cards. And here's the main difference with charge cards and your traditional credit cards. When you get a traditional credit card, you're going to get what's known as a credit limit. So whenever you apply for a credit card, similar to what you see on the personal side, happens on the business side, where let's say, congratulations, you're approved and you now have a credit limit of $25,000. Congratulations. But whenever you're approved for, say, a charge card, it'll tell you you've been approved for the card. And when you open it on the app, it never tells you what you're approved for. And the reason for that is because charge cards give you what's known as a preset spending limit. So let's say that I'm going to make a big purchase. Let's say it's a $10,000 purchase, and I can go right into the app, type in $10,000, and then it lets me know if I'm pre-approved for that purchase. And again, this makes it a little bit different from what you typically see on the just bare bones basic credit limit side, because sometimes you'll get more than a $10,000 purchasing power. Sometimes you'll have that bumped up to 15, 20K. So if you're wondering, should I use that for my own business? I'll ask you, if you have a line of work, or if your line of work requires you to maybe pay something up front and you know you're going to get paid out within the next 15 days or a 30-day cycle, kind of like if you're running ads, it's one of the best examples that I can use because that's how we use it. Then in my opinion, I'm using a charge card all day because I can also get Forex points on the ads and all the marketing that we run if we're using like a Plum, or if we are maybe constantly doing travel, then at that point, I'm looking at the Business Gold. Now, when it comes to other products with American Express, They do have a business line of credit option with their, again, American Express brand. Now, it used to be, if you've been keeping up with them, it used to be Cabbage, but they since got bought out by American Express. And so we had a client that got approved for, I believe it was, do we have it on here? I think it was 110K on the business line of credit, and they didn't have to show taxes. But catch 22 on that was they did have a business over 2 years old. So if you're kind of catching the drift here when it comes to getting access to business lines of credit, you want to play the longer game with just about every bank. The difference is that you can still get access to credit lines. It'll just be on the business credit card side. Now, if you're looking at how you can work your way into the American Express business ecosystem, here's my recommendation. It helps to have 1 to 2 personal credit cards with American Express before jumping over to the business side. But unlike Chase, you don't have to have liquidity in an account, meaning you don't need to have a checking or a savings account in order to increase your approval odds. In fact, I haven't really seen it make much of a difference with our clients, but what I have seen make a heck of a lot difference is when someone already has 1 to 2, even 3 in most instances, personal credit cards already approved for, because that way it's just an easy transition. See it as a bridge for that business line side. And like Chase, American Express also has the reallocation rules that they have inside of their bank, which means, again, you can move limits between cards. But I like American Express a little bit more. Here's why. The difference is Chase only allows you to move limits from personal to personal, business to business. American Express, however, lets you do personal to personal, personal to business, and business to business. This means that if I had an everyday cash card and it had a 10K limit, and I wanted to move 5K from that card over to, let's say, a business blue cash, I'm able to do that even though it's going from a personal to a business account. Now, the caveat to this, though, is that you can't move limits between charge cards, and you can't move limits from business backwards over to your personal side. So once it's done, it's done. Now, when it comes to difficulty in getting approved for American Express and what you can expect in terms of the limits, American Express is pretty reasonable. I've seen people with up to 11 hard inquiries get approved for some of the products, which is unheard of in just about every other bank that you can think of. So this same time last year, again, I probably would have said a 680, which again is why I'm making this updated video, because data points constantly change. I would have said a 680. I'd say now with American Express, nothing less than a 700. And again, that's bare bones minimum. That's not where you want to aim for. You want to be well above a 700 to get approved for one of their products. And then when it comes to corporate side, because if you go on their website right now, you'll see where it says personal cards, business cards, and corporate cards. And sometimes people confuse that. If you have a business right now, even if it's brand spanking new, you can apply for some of their business credit lines. However, if you wanted to go to their corporate and only have it corporate guaranteed, then your business would need to be generating between $2 to $3 million a year. And in most instances, in order for you to qualify for that non-PG program, it's invite only. So just a heads up on that. Everything that you're going to see in this video is going to be personally guaranteed. Next up, we have Capital One, which is going to be your Capital One Venture X and your Capital One Spark card. Now, I was not going to include this bank and these credit cards in this video today, but the main reason why I did is for 2 things. Number 1, is they're one of the easier business credit cards that you can get. And number 2, I'm a big fan of their personal products because I've used them myself. So for this one, let's start out with what I don't like, which is the cons. Look, even though it's going to be relatively easy for you to get approved for a Spark card, like out the gate, you may not have the best personal credit because remember, you're personally guaranteeing this anyways. One of the biggest reasons why I don't like this is because anything that you purchase on the Spark side, anything that you purchase on the venture side is going to not only report over on your personal credit, but it's also going to report over on your business credit. Every other product and just about 98% of the other business credit lines that are out there don't do this, which is why I'm not the biggest fan of this. So if you're maybe a little lost or you're wondering, okay, how does that actually affect me? Let me give you an example. If right now you were to use a Chase Business Inc. card and you had a $30,000 purchase, that's only going to get reported over to the business credit bureaus, which is good for you because that doesn't plummet your utilization on the personal side. The whole purpose why so many people even get involved in wanting to get access to business credit is so they can start removing their finances and stop riding what I call that hamster wheel of utilization hell. So what ends up happening is that with Capital One, let's say that you have that same $30,000 purchase, whether it's a venture or Spark card, that's going to report over on the business side. And then you're also going to see it next month when that cycle hits over on your personal side, which ends up hurting your FICO score. Now you can say, yeah, well, I can just end up paying that statement off, every month like I typically do. You can, but banks are always risk mitigating. And what this means is that if they see an abnormal purchase, because sometimes business purchase, as a matter of fact, not sometimes, most times, business purchases are going to be bigger than personal purchases. They're going to see that this is an abnormal expense. And in order for them to mitigate that risk, that's when you see them start slashing down the limits. So them slashing down your personal limits has a direct impact on future credit approvals when you try to apply for business credit lines. Now, I do want to talk about the pros that I like with Capital One. Capital One Venture, Capital One Saver, they're some of the best cards you can get for travel, especially when you're starting out. They were one of my first credit cards when I first started. I believe it was a Quicksilver card. Now, there was something else that I really enjoyed about Capital One. When I was trying to get access to vehicle financing, just about every other bank, believe it or not, and credit unions denied me. Capital One was the only one that approved me for that vehicle loan. And so I wouldn't sleep on Capital One if I'm looking to build out my personal profile, because it's going to have a direct impact when I do go to apply and personally guarantee for business credit lines. It just may not be the best product if you're trying to avoid what I just gave you earlier on. But of course, if you are looking for at least an easy win and you're not going to necessarily be using that card much, you just want it so that it can start reporting what's known as comparable credit, then at that point, you're looking at anywhere between a 5 to right around a 15K per line approval. That's right around what you can expect to get. And now, last but not least, we have Bank of America. Some popular products with them is the Business Advantage Customized, you have the Business Advantage Limited, and then you have the Business Advantage Travel and the Business Platinum Plus. Now, similar to Chase, you'll get a 0% interest intro period, but what makes it a little bit different is that they're actually a little bit less. They're closer to 9 months of 0% interest for that intro period, while Chase is sitting at 12. But still, 0% interest for 9 months is a winner in my opinion. I've actually noticed that getting approved for Bank of America products is a little bit easier than getting approved for Chase products. Not always the case. Again, it varies on the type of business that you have, just going off of what I've seen. But when it comes to Bank of America, one of the most important things that I've also noticed is that their business lines of credit are becoming a little bit more difficult to get. The same time last year, you could have gotten a 50K BLOC with them, no doc. Now that's completely gone away. In fact, they've gotten more strict than what Chase has. So that's like the reverse side of it. I know that I just told you it's a little bit easier to get. On the business credit card side, I've noticed that it's easier to get. On the business loan and line of credit side, unless you have your taxes dialed in, again, at the time of this recording, data points are always changing. That's why I wanted to make this updated video. You're going to need to present your tax returns at least 2 years. Now, to offset that, and I haven't seen this anywhere else, but Bank of America had to do something, right? So to offset that, you're able to get a business vehicle loan, even if your business is brand spanking new. You're able to get up to 4 business vehicle loans with just one hard inquiry. That's unheard of, because most banks, anytime you're getting a business vehicle, they're going to ding your credit every single time. And in most instances, they're also going to ask you for pay stubs, tax returns, and A1 credit. Now, you still want to have strong credit, because it's the only way that you're going to be able to get up to that 4 vehicles, again, with one hard inquiry. But you're not seeing this anywhere else. And it's a nice offset from what they originally had, again, the same time last year, with that no doc program. Now, that's not to say that it can't come back, but that is to say that if you are a business owner, because there's the window of opportunity, no one knows how long it's going to be open for. So if this is a product that you wanted to take advantage of, which is why I'm making this video, jump on it. If you're a startup and you're looking to get yourself a working vehicle under your business's name, jump on it. Tesla doesn't allow you to do business vehicle financing through them. You have to go through a third party. Bank of America is underwriting those all day long. Now, in regards to what they're going to be looking for, how difficult it is to actually get approved with Bank of America, and what you can expect to get, you can expect to get anywhere between 10 to 25K per line. Now, remember, this is all dependent on where your credit is, the type of LLC that you're bringing in, where you're located geographically. Keep that in mind as you're listening to these data points, right? 680 is where that credit needs to be, minimum, starting out. So if you're at a 650 listening to this, the odds of you getting approved for anything at any bank, not just Bank of America, by the way, is slim to none. So when I'm telling you 680, That's just, hey, let's at least start the conversation. That's not necessarily saying that you're going to get approved. So you want to be at that 680 or more. And lastly, similar to Chase, they are going to be liquidity based, which means the more money you have in that account, again, that sweet spot is at least 3K or more. Or if you wanted to make it your primary and have way more than 3K on there, that's totally fine as well. Prior to you applying for any credit lines or even any vehicle financing, even though it's not mandatory, but believe me, it does help buffer that file, the better set you're going to be when you do go to apply for credit lines. If you've ever wanted to know the ins and the outs of what goes into the underwriting process and what makes the algorithm tick with banks and what determines whether or not you get approved or denied altogether, that's exactly what we're going to be diving into in this video. Now, the first piece of data that I was able to gather from some of the best business bankers across the country and some of the biggest financial institutions is that whether it's a credit union or a bank, each of them is going to have their own banking exposure limits. Now, this is the total amount of credit that the bank is willing to lend out to you, not including mortgages or vehicles. So I'll give you a real world scenario. Let's say that you go to Bank A, and Bank A down the street, their total lending exposure is $60,000. You have one card at $35,000. You have another card at $15,000. You're now at 50. The odds of that next card being at 10K or less is highly likely because you're hitting that total lending exposure that they're going to max out to you. But there's also something known as the total business credit exposure, and banks have two ways of doing this. The first way is a total exposure of $250,000 for each business account that you may have with them. And the second way is $250,000 for each person or each owner. Now, the good thing about this, though, is that if you have more than one owner, each owner is able to max out each of their limits, and that's how each credit partner is able to bring their contribution back into the business. The next secret to how banks underwrite is they're able to do tracking. Now, we were working with a small business owner who experienced this in real time. They were transitioning from a sole proprietorship over to an LLC. Now, they didn't want to lose all of the history that they had already built up with their bank when they were going to transition into, again, that LLC, because as you know, that's a brand spanking new business. You're getting a new EIN and you're now seen as a disregarded entity. So you're essentially starting from scratch. But the business banker, because they knew what the heck they were talking about, that they connected with, they were able to paper trail that, which is why that tracking is so important. And since it was going to be the same line of work, it was going to be in the same city, and it was going to be through the same merchant accounts, they were able to use the previous history that that business owner had already built over all those years on the sole prop side, and they were able to use that on the underwriting side to get them some good approvals for that brand new LLC. Now, caveat, as long as it's the same line of work, bank statements, merchant accounts for your payments collected, and or you show proof of your existing client base, this is all going to help and serve you far better. The next thing banks are looking at is they want to see how well someone knows their business model and where that capital is going to be allocated to. Because the reality is that not knowing the following is going to hurt a business owner from getting access to these credit lines. Not knowing your numbers, so this is revenue, cost of material, equipment, spending on marketing, how you acquire your customers, not having a plan in place, not being able to articulate how your business actually makes money, and not knowing where your working capital will be injected into. When the business owner starts to stutter or they don't know how to answer these questions on the fly, banks make an internal note placing this business owner as a potential risk, meaning they're going to mitigate themselves from either lending out to this business or they're going to flat out deny it altogether, which is what you want to avoid at all costs. The next thing about these algorithms is that they're information sensitive. They're all being fed the same information from multiple sources. You have EWS, you have CheckSystem, you have CoreLogic, and all of these systems, what they do is they feed into the algorithm with a collection of a couple of different things. Number one is they're getting of all the different variable names of the business owner to make sure no fraud is being committed. So if you have, let's say your last name is Irv, but then you have a junior attached to it. If you're leaving out the junior, then odds are you may be seen as someone that's not you trying to apply for the account on your behalf. But taking that a step further, even for something as small as ABC LLC, if it's ABC Limited Liability Company,
physically spelled out, but on the application or when you go to open a business checking account, you put LLC, you could get denied altogether because, again, it could be seen as someone trying to apply, commit fraud on your behalf using your information. So even if it's something as minor as double checking the information, triple checking the information, I always tell our business owner clients, bring in your articles of organization, bring in your operating agreements to the bank, so that way there's no errors or anything that you can prevent. And again, right before the application is submitted or right before they go to press enter in the system, if you're maybe opening an account, have them turn the screen around, double check it, triple check it. That way you're not having to clean this mess up later on. Now, the next one up kind of surprised me because this wasn't like this the same time 2 years ago, but banks are really starting to get privy to this. And that's known as dormant accounts or zombie accounts. Here's what that means. Have you ever seen videos or have you ever seen someone talk about, hey, just deposit X amount of money into an account and, the sky's the limit with how much credit you can get approved for, right? We've all seen those videos. We've all seen them. That's no longer the case with the majority of the banks that we're seeing, and this also applies to credit unions. Banks are relational. Apart from them being transactional, they're also relational. They want to partner with you as the business owner. This means, and again, from the data that I was able to gather, this means that they want to see you using the accounts. Now, I did give a little bit of, pushback to the bankers and ask them, okay, well, how much exactly do we need to use in these accounts? And so the figure that they gave us is you want to make sure that you're using the account multiple times throughout the month. And so if I had to put that on an actual number, 8 to 12 times a month, that can be something as simple as putting maybe a recurring payment on a software that you use for your business. Maybe if you're covering company luncheons, putting that on maybe a debit card for your account. And don't forget, never let your accounts go under the threshold that's needed in order to keep the account open. So if the threshold is 500, when you start letting it go under that, you start to raise a red flag with the banks as well, which also hurts you apart from your account just being dormant the entire time. Next one up is putting unemployed versus being a business owner or independent contractor or even a gig worker. Now, whether you're applying for credit on the personal side or on the business side, the banks are always going to look at the common denominator. The common denominator is you, the business owner. You have to be able to mitigate your own risk because your business can be lined up exactly how the banks want to see it. But if you're putting on the application that you're unemployed or that you're collecting a Social Security pension or that maybe you're retired, even though you're running a business, that's not necessarily going to shake up in your best interest. So what we've noticed, again, speaking to these bankers, is that if you put that you are an independent contractor or the CEO or the founder in your business, that's going to serve you far better. But taking it to the next level, putting that you are the employee of your company is really, and again, you have to be able to prove this, of course, if you're giving yourself payroll, the whole 9 yards, right? But putting yourself as the employee on the application and then putting the name of your company, the business itself, helps create that separation between, okay, the business is its own standalone entity and the person is its standalone entity. And then that way it comes together as a nice solid application versus, again, you putting information on there that's going to be contradictory to what the business is trying to do in and of itself. Now, this is a big one right here, and the bankers actually warned about this because they're also starting to catch on to this. I'm gonna let you know more so how they underwrite this. Putting bigger numbers with your income or with the business revenues in hopes to get approved for higher credit limits actually raises a red flag with the bank altogether and can potentially get your account shut down altogether. Now, you might be wondering, Irv, how can they actually know based off of stated income how much I'm actually putting on there? I'm not showing any tax returns. And I also saw in a video somewhere that I can put whatever number I want. They're not necessarily going to verify it. And you are 100% accurate, but here's how they actually do it. Number one, you want to be 100% truthful with the numbers that you're reporting for your business. And number two, there's a complete scoring algorithm for how they're actually basing whether or not the figure that you're using in terms of revenue is going to be congruent with the business that you're applying for. They're taking a look at the industry code used for the business, the zip code that you're applying from, that's a big one, the age of the business put on the application, how the business actually generates revenue, how much cash reserves the business has in applying for that bank and at other banks. And also, they're also taking a look at the number of employees that you're putting on the application. So here's how this shakes up in a real world example. Let's say that I have a 1 to 3 year old business and I put that I'm generating, let's say $250,000 a year, but I live in a small town with right around 50,000 people. The likelihood of me remaining in business is maybe a lot shorter of a lifespan of me remaining in business because maybe I have less clients in that town. And again, the amount of money that I can maybe make in that town is going to be totally different from, again, that same business that's maybe now 8 or 9 years old, but I'm in the heart of Los Angeles. So this is why it's important of the zip code that you're using, of where you're applying from, the amount that you're putting on there, and also the industry, because there's also industry averages that they're playing off of. But I want to take this a step further, because remember, 99.9% of the time, you're going to be personally guaranteeing this debt. And so they're going to be taking a look at your personal credit lines. So if you put on there, hey, we're going to be generating $500,000 a year, it's your first year in business. Banks aren't dumb. They're going to take a look at, wait a minute, what credit lines do you currently have? Okay, your highest credit line is, let's say $2,000. The vehicle that you got approved for, which let's say an $8,000 vehicle, that's not a big credit limit. And so banks are going to take a look at that information, and then they're going to make a guesstimated decision on the spot right there. If that number is way off from where the average typically is based off of a tier system, bam, it's getting kicked back altogether. And in some instances, if they feel like the person is fishing for credit, they could just blacklist them from the bank altogether. You want to be very watchful of this, which is why I'm giving you this information. Another way put, banks are going to look at both the macro and the microeconomics of each and every single applicant. Next up, you have applying for too many accounts too quickly. Now, this applies to both personal and business accounts. Now, banks are going to be able to take a look at how many accounts you apply for, both internally and externally. Most of the time, they're able to see this off of two metrics. Number one is they're able to see this off of the hard inquiries that are reporting on your credit. But the second way that they're able to see this is you have what's known as internal underwriting, and then you have what's known as universal or external underwriting. Here's what that means. If you are applying at Chase and you go to Bank of America, each of them have their own underwriting systems, but each of them can tell whether you applied for that bank or not for a credit line based off of the hard inquiry. That's on the external underwriting. Internal network underwriting works a little bit differently because sometimes banks all underwrite using the same third-party company. Some of them could be TCM, some of them can be using the FNBO network, some of them can be using Elon Financial Services. So what that means is you may think that you are applying at 3 or 4 different banks, but you're still landing inside of that same application pool. And so if you're wondering, man, I applied at 4 different banks, I got denied instantly, you have to ask and you have to find out, okay, is this the same network or are they being underwritten by third-party companies? Number 8, and this was personally a big aha moment for me because I always wondered about this and, I always had my conspiracies about what to put, but there are certain answers that are going to trigger kind of like the red flags and the bells are going to go off with the bank. And so if you've ever seen an application where, it's going to ask you, do you want to pay off debts? Do you want to debt consolidate? Is it a big future purchase? Are you remodeling your home? Those are questions, and it's almost like tripwire. Anytime someone's ever put, I want to pay off a student loan with this loan, or I want to consolidate my debt, I've always seen that as a tripwire. You'll usually get an automatic denial, or let's say if you could have gotten approved for 30K, you get approved for 5K. So upon speaking to some of these lenders, they've noticed, or at least I've noticed from kind of like reading it in between the lines, if you're going to put that you're going to be making a big future purchase using those funds, then that usually edges your way into getting an approval versus using one of the other methods, which again, if you're using maybe a personal loan or even on the business loan to debt consolidate, that to me is tripwire written all over it. I usually advise my clients, you're gonna have some better options if you just go to a debt consolidation company, if that's what you want to do. But putting that on those applications, it's just a dead deal. And lastly, similar to internal and external or universal underwriting, you have internal and universal bank account balances. In a nutshell, what this means is that banks want to know how much financing or how much funding, rather, capital you have readily available with them in that account. We know this, or we call this typically liquid heavy. A lot of banks are liquidity based, which means that they want to see more funds available in that account, which means that they can use it to lend out to more people, right? It's velocity banking. Now, when it comes to universal bank accounts, they can also take a glimpse at this. A lot of banks communicate externally within each other. And so if you're blacklisted at one bank, especially if you've been blacklisted at Amex, odds are that may potentially carry over into Chase. And so you want to be really careful with that. So that's why you never want to go negative too long in an account, if at all. Look, if I'm being real with you, you never want to go negative. If you, for whatever reason, forgot to make a deposit, bring it out of the negative account as fast as possible, because it's like a domino effect. Once one bank account gets shut down, you'll start seeing other bank accounts start getting shut down, either for potential merchant fraud, if you have too many chargebacks, or if you are maybe not keeping enough money or funds in those accounts all together. So there you have it. Those are some secret tips that I want to share with you that I picked up from some of the underwriters and some of the bankers and some of the biggest lending institutions across the country. If you found value in this video, consider sharing it with someone that you know is looking to take their banking to the next level. But other than that, I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. I will see you in the next video. Peace.